call this meeting to order at 7:11 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Chair Courts. I was looking there and now I'm looking here.
Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Foss. Lim.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Connolly. Gumarov.
Present.
Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Gaudio. Metellus.
Present.
Rose.
Present.
Robbie.
Present.
Hall.
Present.
Atalhaj. She graduated. Chauhan.
Present.
Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wanjin. Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Alcuda.
Present.
Banesh.
Present.
Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Hashimi. Also graduated. Janadra.
Present.
Pullman.
Present.
Brenda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Varela.
Present.
Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
43 out of 49. Quorum is verified.
All right. Approval of the minutes. Everyone go ahead, take a look at last meeting's minutes. And is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, last meeting's minutes are approved. Oh, I'm supposed to do the, I'll do that after this. Approval of the agenda. Everyone go ahead, take a look at this meeting's agenda. And is there a motion to approve this meeting's agenda? Any objections? All right, seeing none, the land acknowledgement isn't in here, but I'm supposed to do that. So for the land acknowledgement, UCF Senate and student government respectfully acknowledges that the University of Central Florida resides on the lands and territories of the Ais, Appalachee, Calusa, Temecula, and Tocobago tribes, as well as the Seminole tribe of Florida and the Miccosukee tribe of Indians of Florida. All right, let me get back to the agenda. All right. Open forum. Is there anyone here wishing to speak in open forum? All right. Just make sure the mic is on. A little green light at the bottom. At the base.
There it goes. There. Sounds good?
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. Hey guys, so I'm just coming here. My name is Lester Tellis. I'm a major in computer science. I'm interested in running, not a candidate yet, but I'm interested in running for student government president. I'm not in student government, obviously, because I'm not sitting where you guys are sitting, but I want to get to know what's going on and kind of get involved. So I'm just here, I'm going to be coming to the meetings just to be taking notes, talk to some of you guys to see what's going on with the agenda in the Senate. And that's pretty much all I wanted to say. If you guys have any questions, just come up to me after. I'll be in the back there taking notes. So thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone else here wishing to speak in open forum? All right. Seeing none, announcements from the student body president, President Lister.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Hope you all had a fun and relaxing break, but it's sadly time to get back to schoolwork. Myself and the executive cabinet have many events coming up this semester, but just to give a heads up on some that are coming next week, next Monday, we will have our first Cookies with a Cop event. That'll be from 10 a.m. to noon in the Student Union Atrium. And then next Wednesday, we'll have the Work Where You Learn Fair. So we'll have a lot of different offices across the university that offer on-campus jobs to students as a job fair in the Pegasus Ballroom from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then we will also have our spring sports pep rally next Thursday. That'll start at 12:30, and that's in the Student Union Atrium as well. That's really just it for me for this week. We'll have more updates like next week as more meetings happen and everything.
Any questions for President Lister or Varela?
I was just wondering if there's a set date for the Universal Nights that happening, since there's a student in the office asking about that today and I didn't have an answer.
We do have a date. We're still working. Jarib is working on how we're going to roll out and announce that date. I think he wanted to kind of do it as he kind of slowly reveals it. And if somebody's smart enough and figures out the puzzle, they can figure it out early. But I believe we will be announcing it at least this month, more than likely. But we do have a date. The contract was actually signed like last year in April. So that's been set for a while.
All right, Lazo.
Now with football season over, I just wanted to circle back to a previous initiative of basically like opinion surveys of how the football and Ticketmaster system works. Is there any update on how that's going?
No, I don't have an update on that right now.
Any further questions? Varela.
Sorry, this reminded me of a question I had. I know the basketball tickets don't work the same as football tickets. Is there any plans in the works to kind of roll the football system, the basketball system, or is, as far as you know right now, it's kind of like two separate systems that's going to stay on forever?
I'm not really sure. That's definitely maybe a better question for Wyatt. And also, I only used like my student ticket for like one basketball game in the past. So, but it is a separate system. I think that's only because the demand and we'll say the amount of students that want to go to a football game is usually more, just because there's 12,000 student section seats at a football game, while the student section at a basketball game is 2,000. So it's just a different system that I also imagine, because we go through Ticketmaster for that also obviously they'll take a cut. And so for, a basketball game, athletics may not want to use that exact same system because then they'd be giving up money to use that service that they didn't, because we also don't pay for those student section tickets. So they probably won't need to use that unless there's a lot of demand for it. But we can definitely find out if that's in the future, but I just don't know about that right now.
Marcette.
Where will the Work Where You Learn fair consist of work study jobs and just like regular student jobs, or just work study positions?
What was the first? Oh, you said work study?
Yeah.
Lucy's planning that. Our chief of staff Blanco is planning that. So she would definitely know more. I do believe there are some work study, if I remember correctly, from the one that we hosted last semester, but there are 100% student jobs there. I also believe the other ANSF entities like the RWC and maybe OSI will have some of if they have positions open, they would be there as well.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have announcements from the student body vice president Brawley.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome back. This week, we are working with Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated to help promote their philanthropic food drive for the Knights Pantry, which aligns with our goal to increase outreach for the pantry. I'm also waiting from EHS to provide me with the emergency response procedures for our syllabi initiative. Once I receive those, I'll send them over to the individuals I've been working with in the office of the provost for their inclusion in syllabi, and we're also looking to add those into the UCF mobile app. Additionally, as I mentioned last semester, bringing an interfaith council to UCF is a goal of mine for this current semester. Recently, Jasmine, MSC, and some Ginsburg Fellows have drafted up a preliminary proposal for this council, which I'm currently reviewing with the Office of Access and Community Engagement. I'm also setting up a meeting with FOG for our graduate school test reimbursement initiative, and I'm connecting with some of our peers from FAU to understand how their similar program works. Finally, I met this week with ASBE Vice Chair to set meeting dates and times and some goals for the semester. And over the break, Parking Services was able to add some speed bumps to areas which we identified with them as highly needed, and they will continue doing that for next summer. Have a great week.
All right, I'll start with Collazo.
So in terms of the council, are you thinking of making it a student government agency or department, or as an individual RSO?
I mean, I don't want to speak fully for it because there are other entities that play with it, like MSC and the Ginsburg Fellows. But right now, we're just looking to identify which student groups would want to be a part of that and how student government fits in. I think for a preliminary structure, having the diversity and inclusion coordinator in there, as well as some caucus leadership, as well as some people from SBA would be good, and that's what we're looking at. But it's kind of too early to say.
Varela.
I know it's in the preliminary stages, but as of now, who do you imagine is going to sit on the council, and how is that going to be selected?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Yeah. As of now, who do you expect or want to sit on the council across the university, and how's it going to be selected?
Well, first and foremost, I want representatives from MSC as well as Ginsburg Fellows because they're the experts in that area. And as we work through this with Dr. Guzman and those key parties, will be identify which students fit best, but we don't want to exclude any of the major faith groups on campus. So it's going to be open to any faith group that wants to join, most likely. But again, it is very early and I'm still working with those other parties. I hope that answers your question.
Any further questions for Vice President Brawley?
Oh, I have one more thing. Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
So just some updates from Anna. Since April, our Instagram has gained 3,100 followers. We have had 108,000 interactions and our Instagram has reached 343,000 accounts.
All right, any questions for Vice President Brawley? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, Comptroller's report, Comptroller Samillo.
All right. Hi, everyone. I hope that everybody's been staying warm during these cold fronts. So we're going to talk a little bit about how it looks for this semester and where we're starting at budgetarily for this semester. So we have spent 76% of our budget and has already been allocated year to date. Also, this does not include any fiscal bills that are obviously on the agenda in today's meeting on first, second, or third reading. So those don't have the numbers in here, but I have made a table. At the very top of the table, we have the total amounts that were allocated in the ANSF committee. So we have CRT at the 510, and then obviously FAO at 260 with a grand total of 770. Real quick, I'm kind of just going to walk through this table so that everyone is in an understanding and agreement of where we're at with the money. So CRT's allocations from the fiscal year previously, some of them did roll over to this year since they were approved at later travel dates, which is how it works every single year. So sometimes student will travel during June and the fiscal year does end on July 1st. So any travel that's towards the end of June does have 30 days past the reversion date plus 5 days to be processed fully. So sometimes that money does come out of the fiscal year today. So those numbers are accounted for whenever you see the 2024 amounts. And then 2025 is starting with this year. So we have both CRT and FAO allocations and then both CRT and FAO bills. And then those grand totals are listed on the side. And then total remaining is $181,509.85. I just wanted to express how proud I am for the outreach we've created towards CRT and FAO. I put in a lot of work last year as chair to not only table but talk to RSOs, and to see that that's continuing and we're using it to its fullest potential is amazing. So I want to just give a round of applause real quick to the current committee members and the chairs of FAO and CRT. All right. So I also have officially hosted 2 fiscal workshops so far, and the next one will be on February 11th from 11 to 12 and then 6 to 7. So I want you all to take this as an opportunity to reach out to your RSOs that you were allocated in the beginning of the year when you became a senator, and just let them know that we have a fiscal workshop so that everybody can get in, considering it is the beginning of the semester and we are closing funding in March. It is ideal that this is the time in our last fiscal workshop to kind of make sure everybody gets everything that they need in before the new fiscal year. We will be hosting another fiscal workshop towards the end of the year, but again, they won't be able to submit any allocations or bills at that time. So this really is the final stretch of everything. So again, those times are 11 and 12, 6 to 7 on February 11th. We will be posting something on Instagram, and we will also have reservations and link posted, so that way we can see how many people are going to be in attendance. And then as for the trackers that we have for CRT and FAO, the amounts that I was given is FAO's remaining is 65,614.06 with a reversion of 1.42, and CRT is at 124,775.32 with a reversion of 0.78%.
Any questions for Comptroller Samillo? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Cabinet Forum. Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped. Attorney General's report, A.J. Polera.
Sorry. Good morning, Senate. My bad. I'm sorry. I literally just had it pulled up. Okay, sorry. Good morning, Senate. Hope you all had a wonderful winter break. So I updated Title III and Title VIII according to 5620 and 5621. I hope all of you had a great rest of your break.
Any questions for AG Polera? Richmond. Do you believe that it's the morning?
My bad. As you guys can tell, I've been recovering back from winter break. It's not the morning. Good afternoon.
Oh.
All right, good. Yeah, good afternoon, not good night. Good evening. I could agree to that. Good evening.
Oh my gosh. Any further questions? Oh, Claudia.
Summer or spring break?
Winter break. I hope everybody has great break, no matter what break, even the weekends.
John, we love you. All right, cabinet forum. It looks like none. All right, announcements from the Chief Justice. Chief Justice Rivera, I don't think anyone from judicial is here. So I will read it out. Good evening, Senate. I hope everyone had a restful winter break. My apologies for not being in person today. The Judicial Council is hosting our mixer this evening for the new JLC class. We are hitting the ground running this spring after some great groundwork from the fall. Branch retreat next week, USF visit late January, lounging with a lawyer early February. Shout out to the Assistant Chief Justices who are leading 25 students in this year's JLC, which kicked off yesterday and tonight. The opinion of the Judicial Council on Internal Bill 5612, case JR02, was released on 11/26, declaring Internal Bill 5612 unconstitutional by a vote of 14 to 0. You can find the complete opinion or the general teams on the General Dean's channel under posts or files. If there are any questions, please feel free to contact me at my email above. All right. Oh, wait. After reviewing Internal Bill 5623, I asked for an amendment to make either Assistant Chief Justice a part of the committee composition to maintain consistency around the statutory powers of judicial leadership. Title 5, Chapter 504 provides the baseline powers and duties of the Assistant Chief Justices, where both positions assume all assigned responsibilities of the Chief Justice in their absence. The Assistant Chief Justices perform a separate function, but equally serve as my representative in the absence. As such, either Assistant Chief Justice would be eligible as my deputy representative in this committee. I couldn't really answer questions on his behalf. Colazo?
We're allowed to make comments, right?
Allowed to make comments. I think that would be. Do you have any questions about this? Go ahead.
Yeah, so I contacted the Chief Justice because it's my bill. I did amend the bill to allow either of his assistants to sit on the committee. They're just in a unique position. No other branch has essentially 2 deputies or 2 vices in the vice presidents. So I didn't follow through with that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right. Moving on, announcements from the Supervisor of Elections, Supervisor Brown.
Hi, Senate. I hope you had a wonderful and restful winter break. As we're quickly approaching the election, the Senate and presidential candidate packets are officially open. If you're interested in running for the election for either of those positions, I highly recommend completing your packet sooner rather than later, both of which closed February 21st at 5 p.m. You will not hear anything back until the declaration of candidacy period, though. Along with this, I want to inform you that this year, rather than collecting petition signatures via Google Form, Excel document, or any other personal system, presidential tickets will be using a Night Connect form. This is to help protect student privacy and also to help streamline the signature process on both ends. Info sessions covering this and other important information will be held next week starting on January 17th, the exact time to be announced very soon. Other dates will be announced as well, hopefully by next week. I also want to take this chance to remind you all about election violations. As we go into the semester, you may see candidates violating various election statutes. Though the election commissions will be doing their best to look out for these, we do miss some things occasionally. So if you see one or believe someone in the commission themselves is breaking a statute, I greatly encourage you to submit a violation. All students, staff, and faculty may issue a violation in an affidavit form. I put the little where you can find them in the statutes if you want that information. If you need any help to create an affidavit, believe there is a violation taking place, or like to know about the election process in general, please do not hesitate to reach out. Finally, I also want to take a moment to remind you all of Stephanie's speech during the open forum in last Senate's meeting. Her perspective as the Assistant Supervisor of Elections for 2 years and as a highly distinguished student should not be taken lightly, and I encourage every member of student government to reflect on her sentiments that she had shared. I believe also, in addition, I believe that Internal Bill 56-23 is one step student government can make to mend some of the grievances she left us to reflect on. Along with this being a step in both Grace's and I's mission to elevate EC as a branch that it truly is. I believe in general, this would be one small step in helping all branches in SG communicate to a greater degree and ultimately help create a better sense of unity between the various branches. Thank you.
Any questions? Green.
Just to be clear, the declaration of candidacy packet needs to be filled out by incumbent senators as well, correct?
Every senator, yes.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Gaudio.
In addition to being announced on the floor,
In addition to the presumably being announced here on the floor, the information sessions will also be on the student government calendar that's posted on the website, right?
Yes, I only just received the reservations yesterday, and I haven't had time to put them on the calendar yet. I'm also working with Anna to make an infographic, so it'll also be on the Instagram. We're making sure that it's going to be very prevalent, so I'll be putting it on a lot of other places as well, wherever possible.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, announcements from the Activity and Service Fee Committee Chair Karingo.
Hey guys, so the ANSF wrapped up in just one day for the budget hearings over break. Can we get a round of applause for that? It was so fast. We actually finished before 5 p.m. too. So I just want to give a thank you to all the committee members who came out to the hearings and made it such a smooth process. And also a thank you to the entities who presented and were very flexible that day and were able to present early before, because we scheduled out for 2 days. So we made it happen. But coming up, most likely on February 6th, we're going to have a special Senate session for the approval of the budget bill. Now, if you don't know what this is, we will have a quick info session right before that meeting starts, most likely be at 7:30. So if you come to Senate at 7 o'clock normal time, we're going to give a quick little 30-minute info session on how the actual budget works and how that meeting will work. And yeah, that's really it.
Any questions for Chair Karingo? All right, seeing none, thank you. All right, announcements from the Scholarship Committee Chair, none. Caucus reports, APIA Caucus Chair Lim.
Happy spring semester, everyone. Hope you had a great winter break. APIA Caucus will be meeting bi-weekly on Tuesdays from 3 to 4 p.m. starting next week in the SG conference room. Thank you.
Any questions for Chair Lim? All right, seeing none, thank you. Black Caucus Chair Metellus.
Good evening, everyone. I'm so excited to be back this semester and see all you guys. Black Caucus will be meeting tomorrow at 11 a.m. and we will be meeting weekly until the end of until the Black Business Showcase, which is towards the end of February. After that, we will conduct bi-weekly meetings. We have a lot planned for Black History Month. The Black Business Showcase this semester will take place from 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. on Thursday, February 27th. And we are also collaborating with Aramark again during the month of February to have Black-owned restaurants in Local Restaurant Row. We're also working on the Black History Month Food Truck Fridays, and we will continue to plan and collaborate with Latin Hispanic Caucus on our Afro-Latino event. That's all for me. Thank you, guys.
Are there any questions for Chair Metellus? All right, seeing none, thank you. Disability Caucus Chair Johnson. I keep like looking around trying to find. I have to like Chair Johnson, right there. Okay.
Happy New Year. I don't know if I'm still allowed to say that. Disability Caucus will now meet bi-weekly. We're going to start on Friday the 17th. It's going to start at noon and it's going to be in the SG conference room.
Any questions for Chair Johnson? All right, seeing none. Latin Hispanic Caucus Vice Chair Vasquez.
Okay. Hi, everyone. So we will be holding our meetings at 9:30 on Fridays for now. As acting chair, I see it to be as bi-weekly meetings, but it is subject to change. I'll be holding chair elections at our next meeting next Friday. So if you're interested in an open leadership position to get some more leadership experience in student government during our last few remaining weeks in the session, please consider joining the caucus at the end of this meeting if you aren't already in the caucus. And also, please let me know if you have any questions about any interest in the position itself. If you're hesitant to do it because you don't have any experience, I still plan on being in Latin Hispanic and holding my vice chair position, so I'll be able to provide as much guidance as I can. So that's pretty much it.
Any questions for Vice Chair Vasquez? All right, seeing none, thank you. LGBTQ plus Caucus Chair Benesh.
Welcome back, student government. I missed you guys, although this new seating chart is very jarring to me. LGBTQ caucus will now meet on Tuesdays at 9 a.m. bi-weekly. I know, very early, but that's what worked. See you all on Tuesday.
Any questions for Chair Benesh? All right, seeing none, Military and Veterans Caucus Chair Collazo. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was speaking to the supervisor. So the Military and Veterans Caucus will be meeting bi-weekly on Tuesdays at 12:30 p.m. We will begin meeting next week. Additionally, I've been in talks with the Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator regarding the idea of a caucus town hall, kind of like an atrium takeover. So I will be reaching out to caucus leadership soon once I get more information from the Diversity and Inclusion Coordinator.
Any questions for Chair Collazo? All right, seeing none, thank you. Women's Caucus Chair Lazo.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. Hope all your winter break was great. Meetings are now going to be on Thursdays at 12 p.m. bi-weekly, with our first meeting back taking place next week. That's going to be on Thursday, January 16th. On top of that, the Women's Health Fair is being held on January 21st from 12 to 4 p.m. It's going to be in the atrium. It's going to be in honor of Cervical Cancer Awareness Month, and we're going to have an upcoming proclamation that goes like hand in hand with that, and we're going to be seeing that next week. That's all from me.
Any questions for Chair Lazo? All right, seeing none, Arab Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Alcuda.
Hello, Senate. Happy first week of classes. I hope your semester is off to a good start. I haven't received much feedback on the caucus when to me I sent out yet, so I've linked it here once again if you're interested in being a member this semester. I hope to see a lot more participation as we're going to be doing a lot more exciting things and really getting started. So I'll be deciding on a meeting time tomorrow, so please just have it filled out by the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Any questions for Chair Alcuda? All right, seeing none, Sustainability Ad Hoc Caucus Chair DeCara. Or
Chair DeCara stepped out, so I'll be taking over. I'm Vice Chair Lipner, for anybody who doesn't know me. We haven't met this week at all, but we'll be meeting weekly currently on Wednesdays at 4:30 p.m. That might change to bi-weekly depending on what happens, but we'll see. And then we'll also be meeting with Ryan, the Sustainability Coordinator here on campus on the 15th to start actually doing more with the caucus. We're very excited. I'm looking forward to Earth Day, more work with the dining services along composting, and specifically working on the water fountain QR codes that I was trying to do at the very beginning of this year. Looking forward to all of that and hope to see you all there next Wednesday. Thank you all.
any questions for Vice Chair Lipner or Chair DeCara? All right, seeing none, Intercampus and Transfer Ad Hoc Caucus Chair Varela.
Hi, Senate. I hope you all had a good break. ICTC will be meeting bi-weekly on Fridays at 3:30 p.m. starting next week. It could be weekly depending on how much work we have, but we'll see when we start working. And for those of you already in the caucus, sorry for the delay on the time. I just wanted to make sure we found a time that worked for the majority of us. That just want to do my due diligence. Then any prospective senators wishing to join, please let me know and we can work something out. And also just for a quick refresher, since our name isn't quite as self-explanatory, ICTC, or the Intercampus and Transfer Caucus, is meant to work on issues that are faced by both transfer students and students attending other campuses like Rosen, downtown, or like Nona. So if that is interesting to you, or you have a special interest in the well-being of those students, please let me know, because the caucus will be a great fit for you. Also, next Wednesday, we'll be at an event hosted by the Transfer Center as like a kind of a beginning of the year resource fair, and we'll be tabling there from 11:30 to 1:30. So if you want to help out, please contact me. And then also kind of an update over the break is I had a meeting with the Dean of Rosen again over the break, kind of an update for the Rosen Downing initiative that we've been working on. And I did learn that the school architects have written plans into their ongoing renovation for a night stop on Rosen. So that's pretty exciting, and that's a result of the work the caucus has done, among others. So thank you to all of you have supported that. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm going to give you a shout out too, because you've locked in monthly meetings with the Rosen Dean, which is a really big accomplishment. So good job on that. So it's great progress. So good job there. All right, any questions for Vice Chair Varela? All right. What is that? Does anyone hear that? Oh, okay. Okay, sorry. All right. Any questions for Chair Varela? All right. Seeing none. Announcements from the Senate President. All right. It's good to see everyone. I'm happy to have tried to make my rounds and go say hey to everyone and welcome you back if I haven't seen you in the office this week. But good to see everyone, and I have a bit of a lengthy announcement, so just bear with me. First of all, I'm going to get a jump on graduation stoles. So by show of hands, who is graduating in the year of 2025? Okay. I'll have to see how the past speakers have ordered. If I order, because I do have like a bunch of extra stoles. I don't know if they order for like the next. So anyway, still, if you're graduating in 2025, fill out this form for leadership positions, put your role in. Or maybe if you're just like leaving Senate or not going to come back and you want a stole, that's because I've been giving like stoles to people who were in Senate last year, but they were accommodated for. So yeah, actually, kind of, you think you want a stole, you're not going to be here next year, and you want a stole for graduation, just fill out the form, let me know. But if you're graduating maybe in 2026, just give me a heads up. Actually, wait, because that wouldn't make any sense, would it? Okay. Yeah. So 2025 put in, and then I'll just let the next speaker know that those who are here, maybe, but not coming back for the next session, are being accommodated for. Regardless, yeah, we'll figure it out. But for 2025 graduates, just go ahead, fill out this form. And then if you want your leadership position indicated, please go for it. I should have brought the stoles in here. I have extra stoles in my office, but they're really cute, little like SG tag, and then student body senator. So yeah. All right. Song with the Senators is on February 5th because we did it last semester and it was a hit. We got probably like double the people who we wanted, or like double the estimated amount. I think I put like 100 and we probably ended up, I had to like get more supplies from CAB. So Slime with the Senators, it's a great way to do outreach. Supervisor Brown will be there. So educating people about coming to Senate and that process and things like that, as well as sharing what we do, funding, advocacy, things like that. That will be on February 5th, and that's something that everyone's invited to. You have your polos, so wear your polos, or I think we just got asked me about SG shirts. For those of you who filled out the form, I know we have some new senators. I'm sorry, but at least I think polos are guaranteed for everyone. Oh, another thing that I just remembered that I'm gonna forget if I don't say it now. Raise your hand if you don't have a headshot, like the one that Anna took. If Anna didn't take your headshot, Hamid? Oh no. Okay. So I think what I'm gonna do, and I'll write this down, I think I want another round of headshots. Yeah, so I'll be working on that. Is there like a want for headshots? Like you would like to have like the little headshot with like the SG in the background? Okay, so I'll work on that with Anna. On that note, I've sent in the caucus website revisions. I did about like 2 months ago. That goes through OSI, so we're having communication issues there, but that's being worked on as soon as possible, but those are being sent in. What else? Okay, my meetings with other universities are in the works. We just got an email back from UF, and I'm excited for that because that is like I have specific questions for them, but obviously other universities are super helpful. Pro Temp Morset and I met with FSU leadership in the fall, and now they have new leadership because the other universities, or at least a couple of them, they bring out their leadership is like in the fall, different timelines. So yeah, I'm excited for that, to meet with the universities and talk to them kind of in concurrence with how the other branches do. We're going to be doing that too. All right, and this is the virtual anonymous Dropbox. I have had one in my office, but it was brought to my attention that since I'm in my office all the time, it's hard to make it anonymous. So thanks for the suggestion. And this one is anonymous. So please, and I didn't make any questions. I left it vague on purpose. So just drop anything you want. It'll be anonymous. And I appreciate the feedback. Okay, I think that's all of like the maintenance things, things that I've worked on over the break, meetings with other universities, outreach events, the Dropbox. All right, and then on a more serious note, if I could have everyone's attention, I think that maybe at least half, if not more of you know of certain issues that have erupted over I have this written down, so that's why I'm looking down. I have to like write down points and then go from there. I think most, if not all of you, have noticed certain issues that have erupted over the course of the last semester. So I'm going to take a moment to talk about that. So please just bear with me through that. This might be lengthy, but I just want to make sure I'm getting all my points out there. First and foremost, I just think an overarching theme that has stuck out to me is communication and how I can better communicate and help you guys communicate as well. Because I think at this point, we know for sure that is a tool for our success, and how we can use that meaningfully and purposefully is, I think, what I will be using moving forward. But essentially, within our leadership, it was brought to my attention on the last Senate meeting of the fall semester that a group of Senate leadership was unhappy with me and were wanting my removal. That didn't happen that day. I was given a list of reasons the next day. After conversations and talks about that with numerous people, I will not be resigning. Again, communication, I think, has been an overarching theme here. And I think that was kind of, and I said this before, the catalyst for all of this. And I know like that was definitely on my part where I know where I can communicate better, but I do think there has been misinformation, and then misinterpreted things, and then miscommunications just one after another, and then things have spiraled. And it's just, again, like these leadership is hard and it's hard to navigate, but when there's a conflict, I want to be a part of the solution, and I want to be able to address these things in the proper manner. So moving forward, I appreciate the feedback I've been given, and I think that's why you see the things like the virtual anonymous Dropbox. Thanks for bringing to my attention that it really wasn't anonymous in the first place. That's not something that I thought through, so I appreciate that, and that will be a way for transparency and accountability moving forward. Branch head meeting notes is something that was brought to my attention, and I'm happy to provide that to you. Structured regular meetings with my leadership. You guys know I'm always in the office, but I think it's definitely good to have structured meetings where we can talk meaningfully and purposefully and have those well-centered, grounded conversations. And I also think I want to say, if there's anyone who has heard anything about anyone in leadership or any senator, please try to just block it out. Nobody deserves to be ridiculed or made to feel as though their opinion doesn't matter or that like their concerns don't have validity. Because it is our job to hold each other accountable. And I think if I specifically did anything to anyone to make them feel that way, I apologize for that. That was not my intention, but just generally, for anything anyone has heard, it's just unfair to the work that has been done this session to let those judgments cloud what all of the work that we've been doing. And I think with that aside, I think while I can understand the grievances of leadership, I think that there is a lot of missing context that I haven't had the opportunity to explain to these individuals, and I don't see as grounds for removal. So that is why I am still here and I will not be resigning. And just to close it off, I'm committed to this body and I'm committed to unifying our leadership and ending strong. I've been speaker for 8 months now. We have 4 months left and I just want to finish out strong and come out resilient and on the other side. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I appreciate everyone for allowing me to navigate this position. It's unique and I've said it a million times. It's a unique position. I would say like student body president, chief justice, completely different. It's really unique in the way that you guys have autonomy, in the way that I have autonomy as well. So thank you for bearing with me through that, and I'm doing the best that I can do. I'm going to continue doing my best. I wouldn't be here if I didn't love this job, love coming here every Thursday, staying till midnight, and value who I work with, everyone in leadership, everyone who disagrees with me. I value your opinion and I appreciate being held accountable. So to clear up any confusion or if that made anyone more confused, this is where we're at right now. But I'm committed to this body and I'm committed to this job. So with that, resignations. I hereby resign. Oh no, I don't have to hereby resign. Colin Petrie, Camila Jimenez Valero, and Elise Butler. And are there any questions for myself? Green.
Yes, thank you. So in regard to the Senate exec, the leadership committee, I understand that Senate exec does record minutes, but is there any way that somebody not in leadership would be able to access that, like through the website, just so we have additional context for what's happening?
Yes, that we can link it. That should be open access to everyone, right, Brody? Or I think I'm the one who made it. So
I believe they're on the website, but let me double check for you.
Okay.
Because I'm looking under Senate committee minutes and it doesn't show anything. Unless I'm skipping over it by mistake, which is also a possibility. But.
No, I think you're right. I think it's just an oversight. They're supposed to be, and we just missed it.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so we'll work on that, providing the context. Any further questions, Lim?
What time is Slime with the Senators?
Oh, that's a good question. It'll be 11:30 to 2 in the Student Union atrium. Oh, and that reminds me, there's also another tabling opportunity that if anyone is interested in, that's going to be through court on January, because that was my original date for this event, but then I remembered we had that we had already committed to. So court has another tabling event from 3 to 6, January 29th, if any new senators are wanting to table, or anyone in general. Colazo.
Could I answer, Greens?
Go ahead.
I posted a copy under miscellaneous documents in the Senate channel, and it also includes the memorandum with all the reasonings.
Thank you.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Internal Legislative Assistant Report, ILA Alcuda.
Sorry. So hello again, Senate. SLC will be meeting every Monday at 4 p.m. in the Charge-On Chamber beginning next week. If you're interested in being a mentor for SLC, please fill out the interest form below. Otherwise, you will not be considered for a mentor role. I just want to give everyone the opportunity to be a mentor, so anyone is welcome to fill out the form, and that's basically the way I'm going to consider anyone who wants to be a mentor. So yeah, as always, don't hesitate to reach out if you need anything, and thank you.
All right, do you want to shout out how many applicants you got? Because that's a really big deal.
Yeah, so SLC was made open to anyone over break and put on Night Connect, and we got 21 applicants, and we're gaining 18 additional members. So now we have a total of 32 SLCers coming in.
Awesome, we're gonna have some new faces. All right, External Legislative Assistant Report. Oh, any questions for Ailey Alcuda? I'm sorry. All right, External Legislative Assistant Report, ELA Richmond.
Hi, Senate. Sorry, I've been sick for a month. I can't speak louder than this, which is so sad. So hang tight. Most dean meetings are scheduled, not all, so just wait for that. Go to your mock dean meeting, go to your real dean meeting. If you can't, let me, Chair Courts, LJR Chair, and Pro Temp Morissette know. Just send us an email before the meeting so you can be excused. And then law school update. It was kind of brutal, I'm not gonna lie. And I wasn't gonna tell like the quote unquote bad news, which is waitlist, but I just feel so supported by Allison and everyone really who has been in my corner in Senate, which is like all these people. Shout out my Senate buddies. Look at my dapper fella. So I'll start with the bad news. That's not really that bad because it's just a waitlist. I got waitlisted at Duke, Boston University, and then a safety school, which kind of burned me. The University of South Carolina, because of why are you waitlisting me? I wasn't gonna go. And then I just got accepted today, and I'm really excited. At 7:13 p.m., I got accepted to Wake Forest. Oh yeah. So that has to mean something. Excited about that one. Then I got into the University of Richmond. We have the same name. And then I got into UMiami, which like I just want a free trip to Miami.
All right, any questions for ELA Richmond? All right, seeing none. Senate President Pro Tempore Report, Pro Temp Morissette.
Welcome back, everyone. A few updates for me. I got an update from Dr. Andrews, which is the individual I'm working with in the Ginsburg Center for the high school initiative that I'm working on. The Black and Gold Days, which is the days where they go to the local high schools, will occur 3 times in March. It's the expectation that she wants both legislative participation, but also the other 3 branches to participate as well. So more information on that soon because we'll have to work out the details. I'm working with fiscal leadership to get an Instagram post out for like fiscal dates and other information so all students that follow the student government page understand what to expect for the rest of the semester. Working with Deezer also on more social events since you guys really like the potluck. We'll do more this semester as well. And I'm also creating an Excel sheet for fiscal bills just for better tracking purposes since we have a tracking system for legislative bills. I feel like it's important to have it for fiscal bills as well as I did last session. Fill out the initiative tracker. I spoke to somebody, I already forgot, but fill out the initiative tracker so we can actually track everything we do, especially towards the end of the Senate session. We want to highlight everything that's been done. So fill that out. It's in the Senate files, I believe. Also, Butler did make a little statement before she left. She said she's sad to go, but wants to shout out her love for Black Caucus and FAO. She's been a part of them for 2 years, so she wants to shout them out. Also, the DLEG position is now vacant. So if you're interested in being a part of the DLEG or want to learn more about that position before truly committing in terms of an application or whatever, just let me know. The process might look a little bit different than like the regular appointments towards the beginning of the session, so I'm still working that out. Just let me know if you're interested at all through a DM or just verbally. But that's all for me.
the Instagram post reminds me to shout out Senator Ben Wick, gave me the idea to put forward a open forum Instagram post, as that is one of our like main services we provide for students to come. So shout out new senator. Also, I don't know if you did this, but do you want to give a little spiel on what the DLEG does, since we have a lot of new senators who might be interested?
Yeah, so the DLEG is literally the name is right under my position. So Deputy Pro Tempore Legislative Affairs. They sit in my office and they're kind of in charge of everything legislative affairs and fiscal affairs. So they primarily write all the fiscal bills and then allocate them out to the senators that represent those RSOs. So all the fiscal bills you ever saw on the floor were written by previous DLEG Butler. She also is the one that kind of tracks all the legislation that you guys submit through. She looks at them and then it goes through the advisor office to be put on the agenda as well as anything else in terms of those two priorities that I allocate to her as well, but primarily fiscal, because fiscal is a lot of the responsibility. And they also sit on some of the committees, because obviously 7 committees, 1 person. So me, the 2 deputies allocate that. So you'll usually be sitting on 2 to 3 committees if you do take up that position as well.
Any questions for Pro Temp Morset or about the DLEG position, Gumrov?
Yeah, so on the note of creating an Excel sheet for all fiscal bills, do you think you'll also be going through kind of like the files for where the fiscal bills are actually held? Because on the tracker, like I can't see the actual document, because I know there's been some that's been like missing from the file section.
Like the files in the Senate chat?
Yeah, like within like the Teams chat, like where we have like our old archived legislation as well as our new legislation, like a lot of bills can be like here, they're missing or wrong numbers or all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I'll do an audit on that too. I should have access to both 55th session and 56th session fiscal bills, so I'll make sure to put anything that is missing in those files.
Any further questions? All right, seeing none. Deputy Pro Tempore of Legislative Affairs report, none, because we don't have one. Deputy Pro Tempore of Senate Relations report, DSR Lazo.
Hi, everybody. It's me again. Welcome back. Most of you have already gotten an email from me about reaching out to RSOs. Thank you, schedule send. Please reach out to me if you haven't gotten an email by the end of the night. I still have like 2 or 3 people that I'm finishing up their allocations. And for those of you that I got in your RSO allocations today, I forgot to include this in your email, but some of those RSOs haven't had their emails updated yet from court. So if you see one that doesn't have an email and you're like, hey, what do I do with that? If you know that email, go ahead. If you know any way to contact them, go ahead and reach out to them. It doesn't strictly have to be by the email, but if you don't know a way to contact them, that's fine. Just update me on that and I'll put like a flag on their file so that I can make sure to follow up with court on how they getting me an email. Other than that, SG's Motion to Score, which is our soccer team, we pick up again next week. I'm hoping that's not gonna be this cold, because if I have to be in shorts in this weather, I'm gonna die. Some upcoming events for the spring semester are gonna be planned. Please reach out to me if you have any ideas that you're really passionate about. I would love to see what you guys would love to do. We've been throwing around ideas about like a game night. We usually have an Easter egg hunt, which I love to do that. So if you have anything that you would want me to do, go ahead and let me know. As well as Pro Temp Morris had said, if any committee chairs need help with bills or have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to me or Pro Temp Morris for help while we fill the DLEG position. And then as I feel so emboldened by ELA Richmond, I did get into 3 law schools over the winter break. Thank you. And that's it from me.
Any questions for DSR Lazo, Banesh?
Can we please have another potluck, because I need Supervisor Brown's like little chicken dip that he had. It was so good, y'all. If y'all didn't get some, if we have another potluck, Luke, you need to bring that because it was so good.
Great. Any further questions for DSR Lazo? All right, seeing none. Old business, none. Fiscal Committee caucus time, CRT, 10 minutes. I recess this meeting at 8:05. We will reconvene at 8:16.
Oh my god, I don't have to move. This is great. I can stay right here.
It's my last CRT. It's some people's last CRT meeting, and that makes me so sad. What?
You did not tell me.
I know I did.
You did not.
Oh.
There's no agenda.
Hey, Michael. We're caucusing. Oh, the caucus. I made it.
Okay.
Whenever we caucus, I just make the agenda. It's just easier. I know exactly what we're doing. Hey, real quick.
Why are you here?
Gather, children. Come hither.
No, I saw that. I was like, he's leaving us.
If you're not CRT, please keep it down a little bit or leave the chambers. If you are not CRT, quiet down, please. Thank you. All right, hereby call this meeting to order at 8:07 p.m. Roll call and verification of quorum. Vice Chair Shen. It's in the folder. It's in the files.
Okay.
Yeah, the agenda's in the files, by the way.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just like on top of it.
Where it is every time. Actually, oh wait, no, you got it. It's not. No, it's in the plain old.
It's definitely there. It's like in the not in the folders. In the main folder. Thank you. Shen will move it and take
Sorry, I should have told Shen beforehand.
I was not.
My bad. And I know it's just in the plain old files on our server or on our channel.
Okay, guys. Chair Carangle.
You're present.
Perfect. I am present. Senator Gumarov. She is. Oh, okay. Well, for now, she is absent. Senator Weiderberg. Perfect. Senator Kaufman. Perfect. Senator Lipner.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Ravi. Perfect. Senator Johnson. Perfect. Senator Foss. He also left. They also don't know we're cock. Senator Trejo Hernandez. Perfect. Thank you. Senator Quartz. Thank you. ORS Rep.
Present.
Thank you, Samuel. Pro Temp Rep. Thank you. That was very enthusiastic. I'm joking.
It's 11.
11 out of 12.
All right. Is there a motion to approve last meeting's minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, is there a motion to approve today's agenda? Any objections? All right, perfect. So we're gonna finish some of the time-sensitive business that we didn't see on Monday because Adam didn't send out the emails because was still in winter break mode. Clearly my bad, but we're gonna see them. So even though this is a caucus, guys, please try to debate and ask questions. We can move this along quickly and we look professional. Anyone who is leaving us after today, I will miss you guys so much. And your time here is greatly appreciated. So, but if you are leaving, just go ahead and put your name in the bottom of the agenda. I get it. No worries. All right. That's from the vice chair. None. Announcements from committee members. None. Announcements from non-committee members. None. All right. Sick. Old business allocations. Is there a motion for a 555? Any objections? Cool. All right. So first we got Sarah Boyd. They have completed financial training. They are familiar with the post-funding process as they have done this in the past, or at least other people have. Not international student. They're going to Montreal the 25th to the 30th. So they're within timeline. Registration is going to be $145. Lodging is going to be a total of $840 for a grant, and airfare is $650. Grand total about $1,600, but they only get $1,000. So no early bird rates. They are not graduating anytime soon. They are also getting a presentation fellowship, so they're still going to be able to cover their whole trip, but a good portion of it. And there's no conflict with getting those funds, and they have not purchased anything. Any questions about this allocation? There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections?
Sorry, I have a question.
Yeah, what's your question?
I'm still trying to pull up the travel because it's not loading for me. But she said she's flying home. Is that just UCF? Orlando?
I have to assume.
Because it's not that bad.
As long as the round trip ticket, it's good in my books.
Yeah, cool.
All right, sick. We are now in debate. Any debate? Johnson, sure. Sorry, there are a lot of hands up at once. The motion to move to vote. Any objections? Seeing no non-voting procedures. All those for. Oh, it's a lot of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, all those against and all those abstaining. Vote count. Oh, I guess it's our vote count. With the vote count of 10 to 0 to 1, this allocation has been approved. All right, National Black Lawsuit Associations. They have trained RSO officers. They understand the post-voting process. No international students. They're leaving February 18th, but they're requesting that they in their email they stated that the timeline getting the money that late was fine. They have not been purchased. Nothing's been purchased. This cost is right underneath. It's $50 per student, and they're only requesting travel for 8, as one of them is just going to be joining them when they get there because they're leaving early, coming back late, whatever. February 18th is when they're flying out. 24th when they're flying back. Any questions on this one? Danny, there's been a motion to debate. Any objections? Seeing now debate. Any debate? Jordan.
Yeah, this all looks good. Makes complete sense to me. I'll be voting in favor and urge you all to do the same. With that, motion to vote.
The motion to vote. Any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All those for? All those against? All abstaining? 10 to 0 to 1. Approved. All right. Ornella. Yeah. So they have completed the financial training web course. They are familiar with the post-voting process. Not international student, April 8th to 12th. So they're good. Registration probably going to be $165. Lodging is going to be $169 per night. Airfare is going to be $468 for a total of just under $1,500. They're not graduating anytime soon. And if they're not paying 100%, they're going to go through other sources. No conflict with receiving after February 6th, but 26th is fine too, I guess. And yeah, no purchases. Any questions for this one? Jordan.
Is she comfortable with covering any funds by herself? Or is it all
She said she's gonna look through like OUR and like other things. So I think she's probably fine. She didn't say that if there were no funding, it would be an issue, which is what the question asks. So I think it should be fine.
Yeah, but her answer to the if we can't fund was she's going to get funding from other people, which is not guaranteed either.
True.
And because she said February 26th, can we just motion to postpone this?
Good.
I'll move to postpone this.
There's a motion to postpone this allocation. Are there any objections? Seeing none is postponed. So smooth. All right. And last but not least, we have Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity. It's new business. Is there a motion for a 555? Any objections? Cool. We're saying 555. All right. They do have two financially trained officers. They are familiar with the post-funding process. There's no international students. They are leaving the 31st to the 2nd, but they do not need funding until I think the 9th is what they stated because they've already secured the rates and they understand paying late and they're clear with that. Registration covers lodging. It's gonna be $300 because they're only doing 2 people because the other 2 already purchased registration because they're like upper management, but they're bringing 2 more people. But all 4 of them are getting flights. It's around $400, $500. If they can't fund it, they're paying out of pocket, and they have not purchased anything yet. Any questions for this allocation? Yes.
Are we able
Jordan.
to fund 2 flights that are not round trip?
They're going different airlines.
It'll be 2 separate one-way tickets.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm really sorry, guys.
No, I think everyone has to look at this. That's a crazy conference poster, actually. That's a great conference poster. College Brothers Empowerment Retreat, Return to the Ice Age. Yeah, that's hard, actually. That's great. All right. There's been a motion to debate. Are there any objections?
No.
Seeing now we're now in debate. Any debate? Hey, y'all left. Imagine there's a CRT. They say the CRT is adjourning. All right, it's fine, you guys. Jordan.
I'm a little concerned about the flight costs and being able to for a flight to ATL, but otherwise it seems good. And if they're willing to pay for that, they're willing to pay for that. Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on this allocation. Are there any objections? Seeing none, give me one moment. Uno momento, por favor. Sorry.
Checking.
Yeah, I'm just checking.
Yeah.
Just see what there is. We have time.
There's definitely better.
It's probably better.
But like they can change that whenever they want.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's better.
It's like $68. They were trying to get hundreds of dollars from us, I think.
They must be going after like a super specific flight.
It doesn't matter.
I mean, do we want to lower it? It's up to you guys. You guys think it's too much?
How much are they getting?
For airfare, like $1,000 is what they're requesting.
But they're requesting $200. Like how much total? I don't have the tracker. I'm sorry.
Their old travel cost was $675. Hold on, wait, give me 1 second. Let me sort this out real fast.
It's a meetup of all the southern region of this specific fraternity.
Maybe that's the cost for all 4 people. The MCO and
Yeah, but these are new rates actually. They just showed me.
but those could be like 4 people combined.
Oh, it is. This is for all 4. For all
okay.
4, it is totaling up to like 1,300. No, 1,000. If you want,
President voting.
so noted at 8:17. So noted at 8:17. All right, they're here. Yeah, so it's gonna be 1,000 bucks. So do you guys want to keep it 1,000? You want to move it? Is it fine?
I think they'll be spending it regardless. Right?
Because usually you can do cheaper because those are budget airlines, like the one-way tickets. They don't charge more because it's not a round trip, so it's cheaper to do like 2 separate airlines in 2 different directions. Just depends. All right. Well, there was a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now going to procedures. All those for, all those against, and all those abstaining. The vote count of, oh God, what is that now? 11 to 0 to 2.
Wasn't it? Oh, yeah.
This passes. All right, cool. Anything else? Member discussion, miscellaneous business? Motion?
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call.
Motion to adjourn pending final roll call. Any objections? Seeing none, roll call.
Okay, guys. Somehow both me and Adam cannot count. So even though it's Chair, but Chair Karengo.
Present.
Perfect. I'm present. Senator Dumaroff. Perfect. Senator Weiterberg. Perfect. Senator Kaufman. Perfect. Senator Lipner.
Present.
Perfect. Senator Ravi. Perfect. Senator Johnson. Senator Foss. Perfect. Senator Trejo Hernandez. Thank you. Senator Courts. Perfect. ORS Rep. Present. Thank you. Pro Tempore. That's everybody.
All right, hereby adjourn at 8:18. Back to normal business.
Really quickly, before we get started, does everyone have everyone who let me know about getting resigned from a committee or elected or appointed into one, is that all in the agenda? Can you go? I think it was just Gaudio and then Sherman. Okay, and then, or you can just go and put it in yourself. If you have any questions about committees, which ones are elected, which ones are appointed, you can just let me know. Or Brody. All right, I guess we'll go ahead and get started. All right, I reconvene this meeting at 8:23 p.m. Fiscal Committee reports, CRT Committee, Chair Karingal.
Hi again. So yeah, we meet at 1:30 p.m. now on Mondays in the chamber finally. So please join if you're interested. Put your name down on the bottom of the agenda. But during our meeting and our caucus time, we approved 56, 381 through 388, 390 through 394, 396, 397, 398, 400, 401, 403, and 404. And we postponed 56, 389, 395, 399, and 402.
Any questions for Chair Karingal Varela?
I know we kind of touched on this before break, but I was wondering if kind of the break give us time to kind of like reflect on it more. Like, does CRT have any like new spending policies or spending ideas to kind of like limit, I guess, mitigate the budget issues? Because I know the budget is kind of getting low for this point of the year.
Yeah, for the most part, we're pretty okay budget-wise with the new implementations. I think we should be fine for the rest of the semester. I think the major ones we're implementing is just for those large conferences again. I think the bills might not, I think like maxing out bills, it might not be in our future. We'll see. Bills are going to close here soon anyway, as it's a 3-month timeline, and we only have about 4 months left in this session anyway. But for the most part, it's just kind of limiting allocations and being a little smarter with analyzing the costs of these trips.
I'm also going to jump in here too, because like we're allocating things like a month or like 3 months out. We're kind of like operating as if like we're that ahead. So the 70% ish is kind of like on track to my knowledge. Yeah. So we're really doing just fine fiscally. If there's any confusion there for anyone. Any further questions for Chair Karingal? All right, seeing none. FAO Committee, Chair Kaufman.
At our last meeting, we approved 56, 127, 129, 130, 131, 132, and 133. We denied 56, 126, and we postponed 56, 128. We now meet at 4:30 on Tuesdays if anyone is interested in joining.
Okay. Any questions for Chair Kaufman? All right, seeing none. ORIS Committee, Chair Rose.
So our meetings are going to be on Fridays at 2 p.m. starting next week. Feel free to join if you're interested.
Any questions for Chair Rose? All right, seeing none. Fiscal legislation, none. Internal Committee caucus time, none. Internal Committee reports, ENA Committee, Chair DeCaro.
So yeah, we finally met at a somewhat reasonable time. Instead of 9 a.m., it's now 10:30 a.m. We confirmed Zoe Rubin for Rosen College of Hospitality Seat 1 with a vote count 60-1. The materials are linked in the confirmation materials area. Also, that is the meeting agenda right there. Over break, the committee was tasked with taking lead on different possible Title VI changes. The first is being remanded tonight, and many more will follow in with the following weeks. Additionally, an idea came from the ENA on SG as a whole giving progress reports. It was felt as a way for us to be transparent with each other in different initiatives so we can help and learn from the obstacles we faced while doing these initiatives. This would apply to Cabinet, Judicial, Election Commission, and Senate. Let me know if you have any questions regarding that.
Any questions for Chair DeCaro? All right, seeing none, and GAB Committee Chair Vasquez with the running entrance.
Oh, thank you. Hi, Senate. This semester, we'll be working heavily on Day at the Capitol, which is really exciting to get the ball rolling. Committee will be held Thursdays at 5, so same as last semester. The legislative priority survey will be completed and published by next week in order to start promoting it as soon as possible to start getting that data and analyzing it according to what legislation gets published by the State Senate and House. Next week, we'll also start assigning research groups, so please let me know if you guys have any questions about what we'll be doing next week. That's it.
Any questions for Chair Vasquez? Lipner.
Yeah, could you give a little bit more background for what GAP does in preparation for Day of the Capitol?
Yeah, of course. So I actually made a whole presentation that goes really in depth because we had a lot of new senators in the committee. So I can publish that somewhere in the Senate files. But what we do specifically for Day at the Capitol is I'm specifically working in collaboration with the GAC, the Government Affairs Coordinator in the executive branch, where GAC Polera right now, she mainly works on like coordinating the actual logistics of the event. So scheduling all the meetings with the people that we're going to be talking to and lobbying at basically. And like assigning all the catering, getting the bus scheduled. Meanwhile, the GAP committee specifically works on the legislation that we will be talking about at Day at the Capitol that directly affects students that go to UCF. So anything that gets published that we take a look at and we basically filter through, we decide if it actually affects UCF students. And those are the pieces of legislation that we lobby and talk about at the Capitol when we go to it. Again, it's really, we try to keep it so that it's specific to UCF students. So not necessarily something that affects like, I don't have any examples off the top of my head, but like something that doesn't really affect the UCF student population, even though the majority of it does. So yeah, that's basically what we do. We do a lot of analysis on like what gets published and stuff. We make a bunch of briefs. We write legislation. So you guys will be hearing a lot more from the GAP committee during our Senate sessions. But yeah.
Any further questions? That was a good question. All right, seeing none, LJR committee, Chair Courts.
Hello, Senate. I hope you're doing well. Yesterday in committee, we passed internal bills 5622 with a vote count of 3-0 to 2, 5623, 3-1 to 1, and then 5625 with a vote of 4-0 to 1. We also saw one absence. It was Joshua Hendry, postponed until next LJR meeting. We also had a conversation regarding how we'll go about absences for the rest of the session. And with that, please send evidence with a request. It says it on the precedent sheet. I've said it multiple times. And it's also on the request form. So if you don't send it in the first time, I'm not going to ask. It is there. Your absence request will just get postponed. And I'll ask for you afterwards. But just do it the first time. It makes everything easier. And then our meeting time is Wednesdays at 1 in the conference room. So if you have room in your schedule, please consider joining. We have 5 members.
Yes, please. That's a good thing to mention that with your new schedules and everything, and the committees really just posted their times. So now is the time to be swapping committees and things like that. But of course, like take your time. People are in and out of committees all the time. But yeah, so you can start thinking about that if you have conflicting schedules. Okay, any questions for Chair Courts? Any questions about absences, things like that she can answer? All right, seeing none, SBA Committee, Chair Hamid.
Hello, everyone. I hope you've all had a great break. So SBA will be meeting at 10 a.m. on Tuesdays this semester. We have a few open seats, so please join. We have also been invited to table at Halal Shack's grand opening this upcoming Tuesday from 2 to 6. I invited the Arab Caucus to table with us, so it's really exciting. Please come by and see us. There'll be free food. Also, if you guys need any help with initiatives or proclamations or resolutions, please let me know. And also, I've been emboldened by ELA Richmond and Deezer Lazo, and I haven't gone to law school. I'm not in law, but I did get an internship offer. So, woo!
When is the last time SBA has had open seats?
I don't know.
Okay. Well, anyways, it's always usually full, right? Yeah. Okay. So take advantage, guys. First come, first serve. It's a hot commodity. Any questions for Chair Hamid? All right. Seeing none. Confirmations. Our confirmation is here, right? Takara. Okay. Perfect. All right. We have Zoe Rubin for Rosen, seat number 1. Is there a motion for 5-minute speech, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate? Any objections? All right, seeing none, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
No, it is. Testing. Okay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Zoe R. I'm a freshman hospitality management major. I'm currently involved in Night Pops on main campus and Happiest Club on Earth on the Rosens campus. And I currently live in the dorms here, Apollo dorms, if any of you are familiar. And I also currently work in the John T. Washington Chick-fil-A. So I have a lot of experience with UCF campus. I want to join the Senate because there's currently no one representing Rosen College, and Rosen is such an integral part of the UCF community that it needs its representation. We were just named the #1 hospitality school in the nation, and I definitely think that somebody in the Senate should be there so that any future policies do, like, because they impact us, it's a little different being 35 minutes away. So I think it's important that somebody is inside and able to help represent Rosen. I stay in contact with all of my peers. Something that I did before I even became a student here was I initiated a group chat that now has, I believe, 60 students in it who are currently freshmen at Rosen. So I'm very good at reaching out to my peers, and I would continue doing that. I would love to help with the Rosen RSOs who need funding and anything else that they need, because again, it's not as accessible being over there. And yeah, thank you so much.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. You guys have 10 minutes. Okay, I'm trying to switch like the way I orient. Okay, we'll do Varela, who's okay, I don't hear from Johnson, and then we'll do Morset.
Yeah. Do you have any specific problems you see in Rosen that you would be trying to solve when you if you get appointed or confirmed?
Not necessarily problems, but I do just want to raise awareness because I think that it's only Rosen majors who know about Rosen, and I think it's got some great resources over there. And I would love to maybe even include some main campus people and understand that they can use resources over at Rosen, even if they're not a hospitality major.
I don't know why I was only counting 3. Sorry, Lipner. After Morset, you can go, but Johnson.
What are 2 of the statutory responsibilities of a senator?
You must meet with the dean of your college at least once a semester, as well as joining 1 committee or 2.
Morset.
Being a freshman, what made you want to join student government, and then why did you join the legislative branch specifically?
I was heavily involved in my high school in student government, so I'm not new to student government. I also saw that there was an opening, and I really felt passionate about taking it. I'm not positive on this, but I assume there's not a lot of freshmen in here, and I really want to represent the freshman class because we are a big portion of UCF community. So yeah, I hope that answered your question.
Lipner.
Yeah, I just had a quick question about you living on main campus and then commuting to Rosen. How has that experience been? And do you have any concerns about that looking into the future?
Yes, I truly love the Rosen shuttle. Last semester, I was taking it 3 days a week. This semester, I lowered it to 1, but I plan to go for events and things like that. I truly love it. I really am a big pusher that people who aren't even Rosen majors should at least take it at some point and go check out that campus. It's really beautiful, a lot of study spots, and they host events over there all the time for anyone at UCF. So yeah, I really love it, and anything that student government can do to just keep promoting Rosen would be great.
May I ask a second?
Go for it.
Do you have any committees or caucuses that you're looking at currently wanting to join?
Just from a few glances, CRT seems the most interesting to me as a tourism student, like allocating for travel sounds interesting.
Okay, no more? Okay. Richmond.
Are you available next Wednesday, January 16th at 4 p.m.?
I will be in class at Rosen.
Oh, perfect. You can I'm just kidding. You don't have to skip class.
Don't skip class.
Wait, but you're free before. When does class start? Because you
Um,
can go to JC's meeting with the dean. Shout out JC.
I take the Rosen shuttle at 12:45 on Wednesdays, and I return at 4:30. Those are my Rosen hours this semester.
Oh, so you'll be there at 4. That's
I'll
like
be
when you
in
get on the
class.
shuttle. Oh.
Okay, all right. Moving on. All right, any further questions, Gaudio?
Is there a committee other than CRT which you might also be interested in, or is it just CRT for now?
I liked student body advocacy because, again, I love advocating for my peers, although I think the time you just said conflicts with my schedule, so possibly not that one.
Benish.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Oh my gosh, so many people wanting to speak. How do I choose? Okay. Okay, I'm gonna do Rudy. We haven't heard Rudy. Okay, I'm setting up my timer. That's why I'm not looking. Okay, we'll do Rudy, Reed, and then Rodriguez. Okay.
I think the Rosen representation obviously is awesome. And I love the initiative about helping people that aren't mainly on main campus understand the opportunities at Rosen. I think that is a great initiative. And overall, I think this candidate is very qualified for the position, and I'm very happy to see them here.
Reed.
I love how passionate this candidate is for UCF already, even as a freshman. I think that is a great drive and great motivation to bring into student government as a whole. And already having so many ideas planned out and so much ambition is such a good part and a drive for why I will be voting yes for this candidate. And I encourage you all to do so.
All right. Rodriguez.
Okay, well, I think this candidate is very qualified. She seems like she knows what she's talking about. And I do agree that I heard a lot of good things about Rosen, so we should advocate for it more. And as from a fellow freshie, I agree we need more representation. So I will be voting on this candidate. Thank you.
All right, with 3 in affirmation, are there any speaking in negation? All right, with that, Chair DeCara.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 39 to 0, Zoe Rubin is confirmed for Rosen seat number 1. So, yeah, we don't have a justice here tonight because they're busy. Oh, Brody. Okay, you just go with Brody. Yeah. Okay. All right. Internal legislation, notice of legislation on first reading, bills, Internal Bill 5626, updates to Title VI, the Election Code of Ethics, Senator Escobar, I hereby remand to E&A. Internal Bill 5627, updates to Title IV, timeline for appointments for student government offices, Vice Chair Varela, I hereby remand to LJR. Proclamation 5625, proclamation declaring the month of January as National Cervical Cancer Awareness Month. Chair Lazo, I hereby remand to SBA. All right, notice of legislation on third reading, none. Notice of legislation on second reading, bills, Internal Bill 5622, updates to Title 14, establishing the Caucus Leadership Committee, Military and Veterans, Chair Collazo. Gaudio?
I want to ask, how many people are interested in going to the drone show that's at 9?
I'm sorry. All right. Is there a motion for, and I'm going to look at, I know I'm losing. Okay. 5-minute speeches, 10-minute questioning, 10-minute debate, if that sounds all right. Any objections? Okay, seeing you object. Okay.
Can I motion for a 5-minute speeches, 15-minute question, 15-minute debate? Because I feel like these are going to be somewhat controversial considering last time they're on the floor.
Okay, there's been a motion for 5-minute speeches, 15-minute questioning, 15-minute debate. Are there any objections? Okay, seeing none. Oh, if you right click. Okay. Once you've clicked on, if you want to go back to the original and move your cursor because Pro Temp Morissette can't get on. Okay. All right, let me get my timer ready and you're ready, or you can go whenever.
Hi, everyone. So, if you're just joining us this fall, you have no idea what this bill is. But those of us who've been here since the summer, you kind of have an idea of what this bill is. I introduced a similar version of this bill during the summer, and that is to create the Caucus Leadership Committee. This committee will govern caucus affairs essentially. Initially, I proposed it during the summer because I had a lot of concerns regarding how caucuses would be managed, the oversight, the individuals who had oversight over the caucuses, and yada yada. So I was like, okay, let me hear out my peers. I'll drop the bill. So I dropped the bill. Then I let the summer semester go by, then the fall semester go by, and I consistently just heard a lot of concerns coming from caucus leadership, how caucuses were being managed. They were not in favor of some policies that the branch heads had established. So I did what I do best and introduced legislation. As you can see from those of us who've been here since the summer, this version is very toned down. It is very minimal. You'll notice that the duties and responsibilities of the committee are just 4. You'll also notice that the committee members are just caucus leadership. You'll also notice that ad hoc caucus chairs and vice chairs don't have voting powers. I apologize. However, I just don't believe that if you are holding a temporary position that your decision should have a lasting impact. Not to say that in a bad way, but it shouldn't impact caucus and fair affairs if your caucus isn't there permanently for years to come. Hopefully that makes sense. Additionally, pretty much the rest of the policies are kind of something consistent. There's a no confidence policy for the chairs and vice chairs. For the chair and vice chair of the committee, there's attendance policy. No one's going to be reprimanded if they don't show. However, just letting the committee chair and vice chair know that you're not going to be present. Additionally, I removed the chief justice and the supervisor of elections for being oversight. Well, none of the branch heads are oversight members. However, I removed the chief justice and the supervisor of elections in the small minor parts that branch heads have a role in. And you can notice them in regards to the approval of events. As you can see, it's a collaboration with the Senate president and the student body president. I just do not believe that it's relevant to have the chief justice. The chief justice showed no interest in having any involvement in regards to the caucuses, and the supervisor of elections just didn't have involvement with caucuses. And I think when it comes to planning of events and student body advocacy, it just makes more sense that it's the student body president and Senate president who play more of an active role. So you also see that in the dissolution of ad hoc caucuses, the only members that have to be alerted are the Senate president and the student body president. I will also say that I cannot speak for every single caucus leadership member. I will. So if there are questions, I won't speak for anyone. So I highly encourage anyone to speak during debates in regards to their experience, and I will only answer questions in regards to my experiences and my bill. There are amendments on there, so I won't be answering any questions regarding those amendments because they're not mine. And with that, I yield.
All right. Last time I started over here, so I'm starting over here this time. Okay, we'll start with Shen, Green, Metellus, and then we'll circle back around. Everyone will get their questions in.
Seeing that this is a new committee, will the chair of the committee be given a paycheck like the other chairs of the committees? And how has that been overall thought of and process of like the overall budget of the student government and like UCF as a whole?
That is a good question. I haven't necessarily put much thought into the pay. I was more focused on getting caucus leadership under a management style that we would prefer. If in the future ASNF would like to add a paycheck to this committee chair, I am more than happy to entertain it. Additionally, I would also like to open the possibility that the committee chair could very well be in a paid position. Some caucus chairs are also committee chairs within Senate, and they are paid. But for me personally, I don't think this is, for me, it's not about the money. It's more of making sure caucuses are being led in the right direction and have the support that they need.
I think I did green.
So actually 2 questions, if I may. So you'll have to forgive my ignorance, but is there any statutorial prohibition for the Chief Justice or the Supervisor of Elections from serving in a caucus?
No.
All right. So hypothetically speaking, if the Supervisor of Elections or the Chief Justice were, say, the chair of a caucus, would this prevent them from participating in the leadership committee?
No. I will also say that the branch heads still have the sole authority to appoint members to the caucuses. In regards to like removing of the Chief Justice and the Supervisor of Elections, just to hone it on again, none of the branch heads will necessarily be an oversight member no longer. It's just there's some things that I think require like a branch head kind of doing something. Like, for example, there are acting chairs that are appointed for the caucuses when they start up again. And instead of it being all the branch heads, I just made it the Senate president and the student body president. That's one example.
I know you. Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
I know you said that the Chief Justice and Supervisor of Elections weren't interested in caucuses, but did you ask them directly how they felt about being removed from this? Because I know that they have members that are a part of caucuses.
No, they said it through their actions. It was shared to caucus leadership that the Chief Justice did not want to be CC'd on any caucus related information, just because they wanted to deal with judicial matters. Also, I think caucus leadership has shared a large amount of our grievances already, and I think the branch heads are very much aware of our grievances. So no, I didn't feel it necessary to meet with those individuals. I have the privilege of being a senator, so I just thought of a solution.
Okay, I'm gonna circle back around. I'll do, oh gosh, okay. I saw Vasquez, Hall, Gaudio.
Kind of to add on to Metellis's question, it's more in the sense of removing the Chief Justice and a Supervisor of Elections is more of like, just because in this session those like branch heads don't want to do this would impact the people who hold those positions in future sessions by removing them from the statute. So I think what are your thoughts on like adding them back in for even, or maybe even having them appoint like a designee to take over the responsibility?
I just don't think it's relevant to have them in there. Their branches are not in charge of necessarily the advocacy routes that caucuses hold. For example, I'll use myself. The Director of Student Affairs is the liaison between the Military and Veteran Success Center and student government. So it makes sense for myself as a Military and Veterans Caucus chair to work with him and exec to plan events per se. And that goes, I think, similarly to the D&I coordinator and the academic caucuses that we have. I know it seems kind of iffy to just remove them, but I believe there's just like there should be like a limit per se. I would say that to decide whether like is it actually completely necessary to have these 4 individuals, or is it only necessary to have these 2 individuals who actually plan student-facing events and actually work directly with the caucuses.
Did you follow it?
I do. I think at least the way I see it in terms of having them involved is to promote any like open opportunities for members of their branch to join the caucuses, because they could just promote it, know what's happening in each caucus. And then even for the people that are in caucuses that are from their branch, like I know judicial and exec obviously have members in caucuses, to kind of have I don't know what other word to use other than oversight, like over their members that are in caucuses that they're like responsible over, so to speak.
What I will say with that is nothing here prevents the Chief Justice nor the Supervisor of Elections to read the committee minutes, to contact the committee chair, to contact any caucus chair, to talk to their own members in the caucus. I just don't think it's relevant to include them in the partial decision-making process when it comes to certain student-facing events.
Okay, Hall.
Yeah, more just kind of broad clarifying question that I think would be helpful for everybody. Because I kind of, to Senator Shen's point a little bit, just because we kind of glossed over it, that obviously a big component of the caucuses is their budget. Now, it was different when I was speaker compared to when the changes were made in that in-between session. I have my opinions. I'll say that in debate about that. But broadly speaking, right now with the budget that was, we obviously got to vote on later, where is the caucus budget now? Because obviously originally it was underneath the office of the speaker. Now it seems like, and I think why legislation like this is important regardless, it seems like there's a lot of uncertainty around who's actually supposed to oversee it. And then I guess if this was to pass, is the intention long-term to create a new separate budget packet for the caucuses? And like, how would that be facilitated?
So myself and some caucus leadership members kind of found ourselves asking that same question last semester. We really don't know necessarily where the caucus budget is coming from. It's unclear if it's the DE&I coordinator's budget. But I originally did have in here when it was introduced during the summer that they would introduce an ASNF budget packet, but it was pushed back on. So when I reintroduced it, I kind of just took it as baby steps. So eventually we'll get there. I think everything takes time. Everything has a process. I don't necessarily know how to propose kind of like how we do a budget. I'm not really fiscally minded myself, but definitely open to the possibility in the future to hopefully have a budget packet for caucuses.
Gaudio.
So to me, the purpose of this bill is encouraging oversight and structured management of the caucus. A leadership committee like this one, in terms of efficacy of meeting that goal, how would that compare to instead folding caucuses back into the legislative branch and having them report directly to one branch head, that being the speaker?
Because that would mean then caucuses wouldn't technically, okay, so before it was dissolved, caucuses into their own kind of, system, it was any member of student government could still join the caucus. However, it was just senators at the time. Additionally, the caucus leadership could only be senators, and those senators were members of the Senate Executive Committee. I do think it was a good idea to remove that fact and create it as its own system. What I do disagree with is the management of said caucuses. Leaving it to be the sole discretion of the branch heads when they have their own operations to run, I don't think is efficient. I think it should be in the hands of the people who are actually doing the work.
Any further questions, Varela?
I have 3, if that's okay.
That's all right. We do have 5 minutes left.
Okay. First question is, I know a big issue with caucuses that caused a lot of confusion was who do we go to for social media posts and who do we go to for budget requests? So in your vision of this committee, what would be the answer to those 2 questions?
The chairs of the caucuses would go directly to the Division of Communications. I mean, it is entirely up to per se, whoever's committee chair. I'm not gonna necessarily tell the chair what to do and what not to do. Maybe the chair of the committee would like to be just CC'd on the email when you submit the request. But I think it should be entirely up to the caucus chair's discretion when it comes to social media things. I mean, myself personally, that's how I went about it. I sat down directly with the director of student affairs, and me and him submitted the NQ request together for the 9/11 visual. So, I mean, that's what I did. And in terms of the budget, like I said, the budget for caucuses, if you can show me on paper where it is, I'd love to see it. But I mentioned to Senator Hall, baby steps. It's a work in progress. And I think that if we just take it one step at a time, that we'll eventually get there. If you would like to introduce some sort of amendment, I'm just like not as physically minded as possible. Additionally, when it comes to creation of budget, that's a conversation to have the ASNF chair sit down, see where we can take money from. But that also is a conversation where who are we taking the money from to allocate to us? So yeah, those are my answers.
Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 5 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, go ahead.
Okay, for my second question, forgive me if I'm just not reading properly. I'm kind of tired, but is there like a mandated like I guess a meeting schedule? Like this committee has to meet X amount of times a month or X amount of times a week?
Monthly. It's under duties and powers of the Caucus Leadership Committee. Number 4, meet at least once a month to discuss initiatives and any ongoing projects.
For my third question, it's actually right above that, but and specifically in chapter 1403.2, the third point is a little bit curious to me because reserve the right to approve or deny student-facing caucus events and projects with the collaboration of student body president, senate president. Does that mean the committee will have so first, I guess it's double jointed, but will any caucus event have to be go through this committee through a proposal and you can't just do it independently anymore? And second, I guess is any event or idea specifically, you need the approval of this committee, period, or it's not going to happen?
No. So that's originally the bill said all student-facing events, and I removed the word all because I really don't think it's necessary for the committee to approve simple events like tabling. If the caucus needs to table, I think it just needs to be a conversation, be like, letting the committee chair know, be like, hey, the caucus needs to table. This is when we're doing it, blah, 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 blah. And just announcing it during your report during Caucus Leadership Committee. I forgot the second part to your question, but I would like to emphasize that the original word was concurrence, and now it's collaboration. So technically, while they are on there, the committee doesn't necessarily need their approval. They just need kind of to make aware or just to have a conversation with those individuals.
Follow up, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess maybe it'd be easier to kind of explain what I'm thinking if use a past anecdote. Like, say if in the past a big caucus event like the Queer Business Showcase, a big event like that, right? Would that event have to go through a proposal process in this committee to then be approved, to then go through the planning process?
So, no, it's completely up to the committee's discretion on how events will be approved or denied. The bill is general on purpose. I won't tell the committee how to be run, but I would like the committee to have certain duties that they must uphold caucuses to. Maybe it just needs, a simple conversation. We're having a queer market day. Ta-da. So yeah, and it's also good. I added it in there because I also think it's important that the committee should be aware of what events are happening or not.
Okay, about 5 minutes remaining, Gaudio, and then we'll do Hamid.
So this committee exists within Title 14, not Title 3. And while it does specifically call for the pro temp to be the initial acting chair, after this initial, would the pro temp or a representative of them be required to sit in on this committee like the others, as once again, this kind of exists outside the legislative branch? So I'm curious on that.
No. In the composition of caucus leadership committee, the pro temp does not have a representative on the committee. I chose the pro temp because technically the pro temp is an acting chair in and of itself. If the speaker is not here, the pro temp will take the chair. Additionally, the pro temp's office has been has shown a pattern of acting as multiple positions within committees, like for example, acting as secretary of a committee when the vice chair is chairing the committee. Additionally, the vice president calls the first meeting of the legislative session, although they are not called the president of the Senate. So also, I just think, I don't know, it's appropriate because in the pro temp's office, we have the DSER who has deals with Senate relations. So, and that includes caucuses.
All right, Hamid.
May I direct a question to the supervisor of elections?
You may.
Hi, Luke. Do you want to be involved, like within your position, involved in this committee? And do you believe that you've shown disinterest in working with caucuses?
Is there a motion for a non-committee member to speak? Any objections? Seeing none. Okay, you're good.
I would love for EC to be part of this committee. Most of our events aren't held until spring. That's the biggest reason why we have yet to be involved when it comes to events. When it comes to actual genuine involvement, there's just been a ton of miscommunication on our side. We've had members who have been appointed to committees actively are trying to be involved in committees or caucuses, but have yet to actually be added to the team, so they're unaware of the time, or in some certain cases, already found ways to be involved no matter what. And in my own personal case, it's literally just I had a schedule conflict and was unable to go to any of the caucuses I was interested in. I think it's very important for EC to be a part of this committee or the committee in order to ensure that we can, or in order to attempt for us to be part of caucus events, because a big part of our job is to get people in this room and get people to represent UCF. You want diverse and unique people to represent UCF. So please allow us to be part of this caucus or this committee so we can be part of a stronger part of caucuses. Thank you.
All right. Is there a motion to extend questioning by another 5 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none, we have about 6 minutes remaining. Okay, I was gonna flip to the. I'll do Lipner and then Gumrov.
May I ask two? One directed at the EC and one directed at the bill
You
writer.
may.
So for EC, to clarify, I don't believe the bill is written to exclude EC members who are necessarily like members of like vice chairing or chairing on a caucus to join. It's mostly just looking at you as the leadership of EC acting in that area. So what would you be doing as a leadership member of this committee to like add to the caucus involvement? Quite frankly, the commissioners aren't the ones that plan the events. That is my job for the most part. So as a leadership in this committee, it would give me the ability to actually work properly and like in a strong sense with the other branches and also caucus leadership to plan these kind of events that would also actually include EC to a much greater degree than what it currently is. And then the second one directed to Colazo. How does this fix the problems that we're seeing with budgets and lack of communication? It just seems like this will force us to push those issues to the monthly meetings where we'll still have to have those concerns and those problems and those issues. I know you're saying baby steps, but what does this actually do?
I completely forgot what you said. Oh my God, I blanked. Okay, so in terms of what it does, I can't speak for the budget. Nothing in here includes money, so I won't speak on that. What in terms of what it does, I can show you with a show of my hands how many times caucus leadership met. See how my hands are not raised? That is because we did not meet. We did not talk. Most of our communications were mainly through a quick little message through Teams channel, and it wasn't really a meeting to discuss each other's events. It was just like, hey, I'm doing this, and that's kind of it. I would like this to be more than seen than just like, oh, we have to meet like once a month. No, it's for a sense of collaboration, a sense of management, a sense of holding each other accountable, a sense of community, that we come together, we represent these individual bodies and here at UCF. So I believe we have a responsibility to converse, to talk, to hold events, to collaborate. So yeah, and I believe that bill does that. This bill, sorry. May I follow up?
Go ahead, yeah.
Can we not do all of that currently? It seems like we still have to go to branch heads to get like funding and approval for our events. We still have to talk with other caucuses to have those collaborative events. What does this change? What does this add? What tool does this add to our toolbox?
I feel like I kind of just said that. But right now, caucus, right now, how caucuses are managed is that caucus leadership has to meet with one branch head once a semester. I'm not aware of any caucus leadership who kind of just sat, I don't know, I'm not aware of any caucus leadership meeting that went on that involved a branch head last semester. Not aware of any of that. Additionally, caucus leadership has to submit a Google form 30 days in advance to have events approved. It could be as simple as a tabling event. I just don't think that's feasible. I don't think that is efficient for caucus needs. I believe having the branch heads have this oversight is out of a convenience for them, not out of a convenience for caucus leadership. This will put caucus leadership, anything back into the hands of caucus leadership. I think if anyone knows how to best well manage caucuses, it's caucus leadership. Yeah.
All right, we have 1 minute remaining, so I'll take a motion. Shen,
Motion to move to debate, please.
are there any objections? Do you withdraw?
I withdraw.
Okay. Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 3 minutes? Any objections? Seeing none. It's okay. These are good questions. Gumov.
Hey guys. Okay, so my question is more of a clarifying question because I wanted to make sure I understood fully what was going on with the whole exclusion of like the EC and the Chief Justice. So to my understanding of reading the bill, it's more so anyone that holds a chair or vice chair position, which could be technically a Chief Justice, or anyone like within the branches since caucuses got moved under Senate. So as far as like them not being involved, my question is like, so does that only mean kind of like, because the only place that I see that president and vice president would make the decision is like a disillusionment of ad hoc caucus and like more like really big, not decision stuff, but like procedural things. So like my question is your intent for like no one from them to be kind of involved, or like if they want to, they can hold a chair position, hold a vice chair position, and then they'll be within part of the community?
So nothing here excludes any member of student government, any agent, I would say, correct terminology, to be elected as a caucus vice chair or a caucus chair and therefore becoming a member of this committee. My intention was, like you said, procedural things. There are procedural things that I believe requiring outside individuals. And I believe the two individuals that it should be are the student body president and the Senate president. I do not believe that we need all four branch heads with these procedural things. And mind you, I'd like to emphasize that it's only 3 things, and they're mainly procedural things. One is the acting chair, that's like at the beginning of the summer semester done. Dissolution of an ad hoc caucus, that has never happened. If it happens, oh well. And in terms of these events, again, I'm very firm in my position that I believe that it should only be the student body president and the Senate president.
Okay, Kringle.
Motion to move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none. All right. I forget where I started out last time. I'll do Reed, Gumrov, Varela.
Well, I think the intentions of this bill were good. Overall, I feel like a lot of this bill is very unnecessary, in my opinion. I think if we want to work on collaboration, that could be an email, maybe a Teams message, because we do sit through the beginning of Senate sessions as we discuss as a body what caucuses, what committees are already up to, and if someone wants to get in on that, more collaboration. However, I do understand the intention of this bill. I do understand that, maybe there was some issues that Collazo had seen and wants to address. However, I do think that a lot of this bill isn't necessarily necessary to progress as a Senate body and to progress as caucuses.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so personally, I could go either way about the bill. I do like it because as someone who's on leadership of caucus, I do agree there's not great communication, especially since caucuses have been moved outside of Senate. Because I would like to compare sort of caucuses to committees, and as committees do not have a leadership, kind of like what we're creating right now, they do have a higher up, as in the Senate president. They do have someone that kind of is watching over them, making sure that they're doing, all their due diligence, and they do a great job of collaborating as of right now. But caucuses themselves have been a very weird area, like we just said, with budget issues, with websites, with collaboration, with communication, with all of this. And so I don't see any harm in having kind of an overseeing body. I see it less as over legislation and more of just a normal thing that we sort of already do within our branches. But since caucus is not under a branch, this would just make more sense to me. And so I really truly do not see the harm. And I do think it is necessary because as we are functioning right now, I personally don't think we're getting a lot done. So
I said Varela.
Motion to see my amendment.
Which one is yours? Fourteen 3.2. Right here. All right. There's been a motion to see Vice Chair Varela's amendments. Are there any objection or amendment? Any objections? All right. Seeing none, you can go whenever you're ready.
Yeah. The whole reason for this amendment is I feel like giving the committee the power to deny an event seems a bit of an overstep for me, just because I don't feel like, as caucuses currently are, they operate independently, and I want to keep that independence because in the end, caucuses, are independent entities in themselves. And I believe the vision for this committee is just to promote collaboration, not a strict governing body. To say this event is actually can't be done because of this reasons. If there's a particularly problematic event, which has never really happened in the past, it's probably more up to branch leadership than the committee itself. Just because again, I see this more as a collaboration committee, as was expressed in the speeches and the debate, just by giving my Senator Gumrov. So the power to deny an event just seems just a lot. You know what I mean? I don't think that's a power that should be vested in this committee.
All right, we're now in line for questioning of Wanjin.
Present and voting.
Senator Wanjin, present and voting, so noted at 9:17 p.m. Okay. We're now in line for questions on this amendment. Any questions? If not, I'll take a motion. Ganesh.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Anyone wishing to speak in debate? Okay. I'll do DeCara, and then Metellus Gumrov.
I actually see like a good pathway for this as with the baby steps, not having this now, but with the topic before being the budget. Thus, when a budget isn't added into the equation with what money does the caucuses have, it does at one point then decide of what money is used for, like what is absolutely necessary to use X or Y or Z amount of money. So though I do believe this should be used at one point, I think right now, as we are in that baby step stage, building more foundation than building up, I think it's not required right now. But I do feel that with the budget question being, lingering around, it could be something that could be brought back once later on if this were to pass. So I will be voting to remove in favor of the amendment.
Metellus.
Yes, same. I'll be voting in favor. I think that this is actually a really good catch, and I definitely agree with the sentiments of Varela. Caucuses plan events independently, and I think having this committee, like you said, should not be more of an oversight and governing thing. It should just be more collaborative. So I definitely will be voting in favor of removing this from this bill.
Gumrov. Okay. Colazo.
I've seen the errors of my ways. Yeah, I'm okay with the amendment. Yeah, I agree. That's all.
Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Vice Chair Varela's amendment. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 1 to 2, the amendment passes. We're still in debate. Okay. Did I say anyone after you? I think I did, right? Okay, sorry. Okay, I'll do Morset, Courts, Shen.
As of right now, I'll be voting in favor of the bill. I kind of see this committee as something that technically already existed within Senate exec when they were a part of the legislative branch because they were on the Senate executive committee. Now, since they're like kind of a separate entity, they have their own committee that will kind of do similar things that Senate exec already does. Obviously, committees are part of Senate exec, so it's really just a collaboration forum, announcements. Senate exec meets weekly right now, but in previous sessions, it did not have to meet weekly. They met whenever like they needed to. So that's kind of why I see this committee acting as well. If they had anything they need to discuss as a body, they could. One thing I can see that could have gone through this committee as well is I forgot which caucus chair mentioned this, was the town hall that they're working on with the diversity and inclusion coordinator with the part of exec could easily have gone through this committee and kind of made it probably easier to collaborate with all the caucuses as well. So I see this as being beneficial. Definitely some tweaks that will be sought out in the future maybe. But for right now, I'll be voting in favor.
I did Courts.
Motion to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Chair Courts amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, great. So most of these are just putting it back to how it looks throughout the rest of everything else. So Senate rules, so the exec committee. So added and powers to the composition because the voting and debating privileges are powers, added duties and responsibilities instead of duties and powers because these are duties and responsibilities. Changed vote of committee confidence to vote of no confidence because that's no confidence. Caucus leadership committee attendance because historically throughout any of our documents being Senate exec committee, it's its own little sub thing, and then just standing rules of this caucus leadership committee because it's like that. That's it.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Lipner.
Move to questioning. I'm sorry, move to debate. Oh my God.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Benesh, Colazo, Varela.
Looks fantastic.
I approve.
All right, seeing no further hands, I'll take a motion. Benwick.
Motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on Chair Court's block of amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 40 to 0 to 1, the amendments pass. Okay, I think I said Shen next.
I think there was somebody before. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I voted in negation of this the last time it was seen. I am still going to be voting in negation, but I will say I appreciate Collazo for making it. It's a lot more accessible now, and I wouldn't be entirely upset if it got passed, especially with that amendment. But at the end of the day, I just still see this as over legislation. I think all these things could be simply accomplished, like earlier said by Senator Reed, through better communication. It's, you know, and that's really up to all of us to do that. I just think this is going to cause more issues later, and I don't think it's going to fix the communication issue that exists.
I'll do Green, Lazo, Hall.
Motion to see my amendment. It
There's no-
is, 1 second, 1404.1 subsection B1 at the very bottom.
All right, there's been a motion to see Senator Green's amendment. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. So this is just a change to the already proposed change to statutes, basically removing, I guess in layman's terms, to remove the Chief Justice and Supervisor of Elections from the email list. I changed this to make sure that they're contacted or a stated designee to receive that message on their behalf. I think, you know, since caucuses are already created in a sense to promote interbranch communication and collaboration, I think this is a more amicable way to approach that as opposed to just removing them from that email list. I yield my time.
We're now online for questioning. Collazo.
Are the Chief Justice and the Supervisor of Elections involved in the legislative process when creating ad hoc caucuses?
I would assume not.
Any further questions? Okay, Gumrov and then Lipner.
Yeah, so I know we're seeing where is it? We're seeing a bill for this later tonight, but since it's not has been approved yet, I wanted to ask so because as of right now, election commissioners cannot hold caucus leadership positions. So my question is, do you think that they're still okay in standing like to be within the disillusionment of an ad hoc caucus for which they cannot yet hold leadership positions for?
That is a fair point. May I rescind my amendment?
You may.
Thank you.
All right, we're still in debate. I did Lazo, yeah.
Motion to see my amendments. They are the top three whereas clauses.
All right, there's been a motion to see Deezer Lazo's amendments. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Essentially, after just kind of talking a little bit with the Supervisor of Elections, and unfortunately I couldn't really contact the Chief Justice's either opinion on this, I just wanted to basically rope back in those two positions of leadership and branch heads back into the bill. I think it only fair that they are in this caucus leadership committee because they can appoint their members of their respective branches into the caucuses and therefore are affected by this bill, as well as the fact that we really want to create unity within the student government and include Supervisor of Elections as an actual branch head, respecting their position as a branch head, as well as including the Chief Justice, who, while may not have a legislative role, neither may the Supervisor of Elections, they still are affected by the business of caucuses and the caucus leadership committee. Similarly to that, I kind of wanted to do this to negate the notion that the caucuses don't really affect those two branches. When it comes to elections, we want to have people that have diverse perspectives or are diverse themselves. And it would be great if we could portray that in our leadership and in how we run our student body.
So I really think that it would be great if we could loop back in the supervisor of elections and chief justice and appoint them to the respect that their branch head positions deserve. Fill my time.
All right, I'll do Morissette, Metellus, Varela.
This question is either for Lazo or the author of the bill. If this amendment were to pass, would it also have to be would 14.02.1 as well as 14.04.1 also have to be amended to include the other two branch heads, or is that irrelevant to adding in those places?
I'll confer that to the vice chair who is more knowledgeable on that.
Well, I respect the senator's amendment. It doesn't actually do what the senator wants it to do. It's just a whereas clause. It isn't necessarily statutes. So as the bill stands currently, the Chief Justice and the Supervisor of Elections still has no role in the procedurals of the Caucus Leadership Committee.
If the whereas clauses were to pass, I would be more than willing to go through this bill and add them in where necessary, as well as if this bill overall passes, basically add them in anywhere else I need to add them in.
I said Varela or Gumra first. Oh, I said Metellus. I'm sorry. Okay. It was Varela.
The same question as Morissette.
Okay. Gumrov.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just having a little bit of confusion. The only place that I see the student body president anywhere else in executive having like an authoritative vote is the disillusionment of the ad hoc caucuses, and like at the beginning of the semester where they would like, you know, hold temporary chair for the chair elections. So my question is, with this whereas clause, with adding in all these positions, what exactly do we want them to do? Because as of right now, we don't have voting positions for them, nor like overseeing, since we deleted that amendment to where they could deny an event. So I'm confused.
While I agree that they really shouldn't have the power to deny those events, I think it's more just a respect of those branch heads and just keeping them updated and keeping them in the loop. If they have to have, you know, this relationship with the caucuses, it's only fair that they are also updated on what happens. It could be that a future supervisor or chief justice is really passionate about an ad hoc caucus or just passionate about the business of a caucus, even if they can't like directly join that caucus. I think it's only fair that they are able to be kept in the loop, if that answers your question.
Okay. Any further questions? Metellus.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. I'll do Varela, Metellus, Lipner.
Yeah, so I agree with the amendments. I think Chief Justice in the EC is important to be involved in caucuses. The one thing I will say is that, you know, we're seeing a bill later tonight to make it so election commissioners can actually join caucuses. So it almost feels statutorily inconsistent to kind of include EC right now, because that's kind of assuming the bill in the future will pass, which obviously none of us know that. So I don't know. I feel like while it is good I wanted to see it passed someday, I just have questions about, like, you know, the procedural of it, because I don't want to make our statutes inconsistent, even if it's for a week or so, just because that's just not super good process. So I don't know if this amendment should pass. I kind of want to hear more of Senate's opinion on that, or if we should, you know, see this amendment at a later time, maybe after this bill passes or after the later bill passes. Yeah, I don't know. I just want to let you all know that concern.
Okay. You may.
Oh, I'm just a bit confused on what you mean by the bill will allow commissioners to be in caucuses, because I have a commissioner in my caucus.
I think you meant leadership.
Okay, that's what you meant. Okay. All right. Oh, can I say my debate then? I personally will be voting in favor of this amendment. I think, especially with the sentiments that Vasquez brought up earlier, the fact that like this was kind of written based off of how the people in the position feel or have or what they have done currently will affect the positions in years to come potentially. I don't personally agree with that, and I think it's a bit more reasonable to include them in this bill. And so with that, I will be voting in favor. But I also want to kind of point out that I don't, and Colazo can kind of correct me or if I say anything wrong, I don't think this had any intention of like excluding EC or Judish at all. They are still involved at caucuses. And like other people have stated, this would only just include them in those really big situations, like if an ad hoc caucus gets dissolved. It wasn't not including them in those specific really big situations, wasn't excluding them to be involved in caucuses. But I will be voting in favor of this amendment.
Okay. Who did I say after? I'm sorry. Okay. I'll do Colazo Gumrov.
So I won't be voting in favor for the amendment. I just don't think it's achieving what exactly the senator wants it to achieve. Additionally, since the amendment was passed, now the Senate president and the student body president only play two roles in the procedural in regard to caucus leadership, and that is appointing an acting chair and the dissolution of a caucus. Dissolution of an ad hoc caucus. I really want to make the emphasis here that it does not remove the Chief Justice and Supervisor of Elections authority to appoint their members to caucuses. It also doesn't negate the fact that they cannot be involved in caucus-related things. It also does not negate the fact that they announce the resignment of their members from caucuses. It is simply the fact that, they no longer will be the oversight body for caucuses. It will be this committee. So I really, really want to emphasize that. And yeah.
Gumrov.
So I actually have two questions, if I may, to the writer of the bill.
You may.
So my first question is, as I'm seeing it right now, when I scroll down to the Caucus Leadership Committee, so correct me if I'm wrong, are the only people that are going to be sitting on literally these monthly meetings are ad hoc committee chairs, standing committee chairs, vice chairs. Like president, vice president don't actually sit on the meetings. They're just there for procedural things after?
Correct. I'm correct. The only members of this committee are caucus leadership. No one else. No one else has debating rights. No one else has voting rights. The only time where branch heads are involved are the appointment of their members, the resignations of their members, and then the Senate president and the student body president have those procedural kind of roles in regards to appointing an acting chair for a caucus, and again, the dissolution of a caucus. And I would just like to emphasize the dissolution is a communication. They don't need their approval. They just need to be communicated. So I would call that not even a role, more of a formality that is extended, a courtesy that is extended to those two individuals.
Okay. So I'm not cringe. I don't quite think this amendment is achieving what it's trying to achieve. I understand wanting to be the inclusion, and if they want to be notified of a dissolution, I have no problem with that, like fully okay with that. They just wouldn't be kind of getting that communication that I think we all assume this is what this is going to accomplish. And my second question is, so I know that we have EC present here, and they've said, that they're interested with the caucuses. My question is, is it okay to kind of include the Chief Justice on this when you have stated before that they previously showed no interest, and maybe they have changed their mind, but they're not here right now to kind of debate. So I don't know how I feel putting them into a bill.
The Chief Justice can't comment on ongoing legislation. So even if they were here and a motion was made, I would probably object, because I would probably call into question their code of ethics as they put in their JRP. Like I said in the beginning, when it comes to the caucuses, I think actions speak louder than words. And I know for myself that I've only been involved with exec and then Senate. in terms of branch heads. So, like I said, I don't really think it's relevant to have those supervisor of elections and the Chief Justice. They're not really related to caucuses in a way. Yes, they have members on it. And I would also like to say, because they have members on it, it means it does not exclude their branches from participating in anything related to caucuses. It's just there are some procedural things and that one formality that has these things. Additionally, I would like to say that this is like model, the appointment of acting chairs is modeled after the Senate. The Senate president reserves the right to appoint acting committee chairs. So I think this just shows a good consistency amongst our statutes. Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Kringle.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to a vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 17 to 17 to 7, it's a tie. It doesn't pass. Okay. I was like, phew. All right. This amendment does not pass. Wanjin.
May I direct a question to the supervisor of elections and then, depending on the answer, make a motion?
You may.
Would you, as a supervisor of elections, like to be informed if an ad hoc caucus chooses to dissolve?
Yeah.
Move to see my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see Wanjin's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none whenever you're ready.
Just for the record, for everyone, they're in 1404.1. It's basically bringing back Green's amendment from earlier that adds the Chief Justice and Supervisor of Elections or stated designee back into being communicated, or having the dissolution of an ad hoc caucus communicated to them. I don't think the reason that this amendment was removed earlier made a lot of sense, because this is just making sure branch heads are aware and can inform their members if an ad hoc caucus chooses to dissolve. Since it's not actually making any action, I don't think it needs to be concerned about whether they have legislative or administrative roles relating to caucuses. But with that, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. I'll do Collazo.
2, if I may. May I direct a question to the supervisor of elections?
You may.
Why do you want to know when a caucus dissolves?
So you expect us to appoint people, expect me to appoint people to caucuses, but if a caucus has stopped existing and I'm not fully aware of that for some reason, how am I meant to know that unless I am directly communicated with about a group being dissolved?
A second one, if I may. And how does the dissolution of an ad hoc caucus relate to elections, to the election statutes in terms of presidential elections and senatorial elections?
This is about involvement in caucuses rather than directly pertaining to the election statutes. So in regards to the fact that I need to be communicated about dissolutions, that's more so on the focus of knowing what caucuses are available to the members of my commission rather than how our statutes are affected by that.
May I have a third one?
You may.
May I direct it to the author of the amendment?
You may.
You stated in your explanation that caucus members would not be aware of the dissolution of the caucus, but right above it, it specifically says that a 2/3 vote of the ad hoc caucus is required for the termination of an ad hoc caucus. So my question is how would they not be aware that the caucus has dissolved?
If I stated that the caucus members would not be aware, I misspoke. I was trying to refer to branch heads. If EC or judicial doesn't actually have anyone sitting on a caucus, but someone is interested in joining, let's say the caucus dissolves and then a week later, someone goes to the Chief Justice or Supervisor of Elections and says, hey, I really want to join this caucus. And the Supervisor of Elections or Chief Justice is like, okay, great, I'll appoint you. Then that caucus doesn't exist. This is just making sure that doesn't happen and making sure that the Chief Justice and Supervisor of Elections actually know what is available for their members to be able to join. Basically exactly what Supervisor Brown said.
Kringle, Green, Lipner.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right. Varela, Reed, DeCara.
Yeah, I'm in favor of this amendment just because, like, I don't know, like, I think, like, it's important to recognize this is literally just an email saying, hey, ICTC got dissolved for whatever reason to, the branch head, which is important because, like Luke said, if someone wanted to join, it'd be pretty awkward if you point someone to a caucus that no longer exists. So I think it's not like giving them any, crazy power. It's literally just you're part of the email chain now. So it's not as crazy as, maybe some people think. It's not giving them any new power, just giving them the privilege of being on an email chain. So I'll be voting yes, because it seems pretty easy. It's simple to me that, yeah, they deserve to have knowledge of what's happening in the student government.
Green.
Thank you. So since I authored a very similar amendment earlier, but since I rescinded it, I will be speaking, or rather I will be voting in favor of Wanjan's amendment. Since the statute begins with stating that since any student government agent can call for the creation of an ad hoc caucus, I think, that would also, to me, reading this, in my mind, I would think that would also include the Supervisor of Elections and the Chief Justice. So in that regard, I think they should also be informed if a caucus should be dissolved. My recension of my earlier amendment was simply me deferring to the knowledge of Senator Collazo, which in hindsight, I think was a bit too hasty. So thank you. I will be voting in favor of the amendment.
I said Reed next, right? Okay, go ahead.
I was going to motion to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
Jacked.
Do withdraw.
I withdraw.
No. Oh, sorry.
All right. Did I say anyone after I said Kringle? Okay. I said DeCara, sorry.
Okay. If I'm correct, the correct wording used by the author of the bill was as a formality and a common courtesy. And I feel that as respect to a branch head, that is just simple to be like, hey, this is gone now. And it's just a simple respect thing. They still have no power. Like it's up to the Senate to put a bill through in that sense. And also the president to either veto that bill to fully dissolve something. I think, yeah, in Senate rules, Title 14, this is simply just going like a little email being like, yo, it's gone now. So I really don't see this as an issue. So I'll be voting in favor.
All right. Collazo, Kringle.
I think that if it is as simple as just communicating it, then it should just be an announcement made at the Senate meeting during announcements reports. I think it should be that simple. Because I think everyone should know, right? If an ad hoc caucus has been dissolved. So that's my opinion. And that's the amendment that I made. But yeah.
Johnson. Oh, I said Adam. I'm sorry.
I think a lot of us are on the same page. May I retain?
Not yet. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I think for debate wise, then the entire purpose of these caucuses being separate is to enhance interbranch collaborations. I think we're excluding branch heads from other things that like are part of that should be notified to them. I think that's just going against the entire reason that we did this with the caucuses in the first place and the purposes of this bill. So I think for that, we should approve this. It makes no sense just to keep a simple thing from them. And I think it should be statutory because everyone should know.
Metellus.
Move to vote.
All right, there's been a motion to vote. Oh, sorry, that was my bad. Motion to vote. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. My bad, guys. With a vote count of 35 to 4 to 1, the amendments pass. All right, we still have 10 minutes remaining in debate. Said Hall next, yeah.
Can I ask one quick question to the ANSF chair?
You may.
Just to Chair Carringel, just because I feel like there was never a definitive answer for this upcoming budget. Where is the caucus money right now?
Right now, I don't even think there is really any. It's kind of up to the coordinators and to the different branch heads in order to give some of their budget to the caucuses, if they do please. There is the new $500 speaker initiative, which also can be transferred around to the Senate. We have the option to move some of the extra recurring budget that we did have left over back to student government and into those caucus funds. But as of right now, yeah, there is no specific anything for caucuses.
And then if I can give my debate.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I feel like we are reinventing a wheel right now in real time. In particular, we did just debate on an amendment to add people to an announcement of an email that took about 15 minutes. Broadly speaking, I want to preface that I think that the motivation for this was good. And so I don't want this to feel like it's a negative towards Chair Collazo as much as a broader problem of I still continue to not understand why the caucus system was ever changed from what it was prior, because there was a designated area in the office of the speaker's budget. There was a designated specific person for all the caucuses to go to. My question to all the caucus leadership in particular, I understand the idea of branch unity and inter-branch relations, whatnot. 90+% of every caucus is filled by senators. So there's that aspect of it. What I feel like we've done with those changes that were made last year is we just defanged ourselves for some weird reason to now add to further confusion of multiple branch heads who need to be talked to about different things, when ultimately what would happen is, I can give an example of my year. What I did was I said, okay, I'm pretty busy right now. If you have a budgetary request, which they would have, I would help with, as well as my pro temp would assist with that. My pro temp would actually have at least a monthly meeting with the different caucuses to discuss it. I remember sitting in the conference room, filling out about an hour-long DJ requests, putting like probably 150 plus Hispanic songs for a Hispanic caucus event. I recognized my role as the facilitator to help these caucuses thrive and succeed as best as possible, as well as the arbiter of the budget, which that effectively was, okay, every caucus has, because before this, they were ad hocs, had around $200. Cool. You wanted to request the $200? Awesome. It was approved. You know, I would give my opinion, but ultimately it was their discretion to use their funding as they pleased. So they used it, and that was great. And it worked well. What I feel like we've now created is an insanely complicated system that we're continuing to now, we're debating again, who needs to be notified when a caucus disappears. I think we've missed the wider plot of the caucuses currently have no actual budget designated at all. So I don't really know how the caucuses are going to facilitate anything. Prior to ultimately, and I agree with Senator Shen, I think the wider problem is the over legislation of the caucuses as a whole is, it's completely missed the point of what the caucuses existed for to begin with. That they existed in Senate because the senators are the primary people at every single caucus at every level for every year that it's existed. The senators are the ones that are facilitating the events, putting on the events, leading the events, as well as leading the caucuses in a lot of the advocacy that happens. I have no problem with other people and other caucuses being involved because there was never a barrier to that. I have concerns with why someone not in Senate would be in the caucus leadership position, because ultimately, for one thing, how do the announcements work? So that's going to be kind of weird. But then also, just broadly speaking, it was a Senate initiative to begin with. That interbranch relations doesn't mean we just give up our authority over a pretty significant thing. What we're discussing tonight is the creation of two entirely new committees, the caucus one and the one we're going to talk about later. At what point does it feel like, how is anyone going to have time in the day with the amount of statutory meetings that we're establishing for ourselves? What it sounds like, to be honest, is a breakdown of communication with the caucuses. To be honest, by that admission, if the caucus
leadership themselves. I understand the issues with the branch heads, but every caucus has autonomy to meet with each other. If that's not happening, I question that that's just because of the branch heads' fault or their lack of interest in the issue, that there's nothing stopping the caucuses from meeting on their own right now if they want to. The only difference right now is now we've created even more people that they need to talk to for approval, for things like that. When ultimately what it was before was, okay, we have an event. Oh, it's going to be $400. So we're going to use your money. The rest of that, go talk to the DEI coordinator. That was it. There didn't need to be 50 different emails that need to be sent and tons of loopholes that are getting jumped in and out of. My wider point being, whether this bill passes or not, I do think that there are fundamental problems right now. For one thing, I know we're talking about the baby steps. Figuring out where the money's coming from is a pretty big step to begin with. But just generally speaking, I mean, are we not adults? Do we not have the autonomy to be able to make these decisions ourselves and actually meet with the right people? I get if there's a communication breakdown, then fix it and fix it on both ends. Why do we have to have a designated meeting where all these complaints or issues are going to come up when you can always just walk into the door of somebody and talk to them? Like, I think that it's clear that there could be some clarification of who goes where and whatnot, but the fact that we, in our quest to invite every branch, have just given up a pretty fundamental part of Senate, to me, I don't really get it. I welcome the involvement of the caucuses, but that should stay in Senate to begin with. You shouldn't have to go to the Senate president for anything with caucuses. That doesn't make any sense to me. If it's a Senate president, we can designate, if we want to legislate it ourselves, of maybe it's not the Senate president, maybe it's the pro temp that does it. That's fine, but keep it here. Why are we just giving away our power, creating a whole new potential budget packet in the future, a caucus committee that seems to have no real accountability at the same time? I get they're accountable to themselves and the chair of that committee, but before there was a clear structure of this branch head is in charge of the caucuses. And it's up to the branch head to have that sort of discernment, that ability to be impartial. And I think that that's something that we could potentially legislate. But ultimately, why I'm going to disagree with this legislation, and I think while the intention is good because it's trying to fix a problem that it didn't create, I do just question why it is that we've decided that in order to bring everybody together, we need to pretend like we aren't the ones facilitating, running, and doing every aspect of the caucus to begin with.
All right, is there a motion to extend debate time by 5 minutes? Any objections? See, you object. Who objected? Lipner. Okay, then moving on. All right, I'm going around the room. Kringle.
Just really fast for debate. I ditto everything Senator Halder said.
Gumrov, Benwick, and then Courts.
Yeah, so I personally believe caucuses need some sort of leadership. Now, however we accomplish this is beyond me. If this is going to fix that, happy with it. My original thought was that I believe, like Hall said, I feel like we created this problem upon ourselves when we have removed caucuses from under Senate. While the intention was to create the ability for multiple branches to be involved, that could have been done without taking it out of Senate. And we could have easily, allowed people to join caucuses, in my opinion, and then we would have still had an overseeing body. We would have still had budgets. I feel as if, like Hall said, we're just going to keep creating more and more committees. And I just don't think that's directly solving the issue. So.
All right, we have about 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining in debate. I said Benwick. Who did I say after Gumrov? Okay. Oh, I said Courts. I'm sorry. You have 1 minute remaining in debate.
I really like this bill. Yes, there are a lot of problems, but I don't think that the over legislation argument holds much merit because, again, it is in the baby steps, and there are avenues to meet by themselves. But I think that them just having this official space to hold these meetings and facilitate conversation, I just think I think that they deserve that. So I'll be voting in favor.
Benesh.
Motion to extend debate by 5 minutes.
There's been a motion to extend debate by 5 minutes. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we have about 6 minutes remaining, and you had debate.
Yes.
Go ahead.
I think we need to drop the bill, get rid of it. I was originally a very strong proponent of this bill when it first hit the floor over the summer, early in the fall. I was a very strong supporter. However, we're Frankensteining the bill so much, I don't even think it has the original meaning anymore. Not to mention, okay, to be fair, there are really good things that I like about this bill. Like 1401.1, I like that we're getting rid of that. But I don't know, I really don't see this as necessary as a caucus chair. And also, as somebody who is with y'all in this room every Thursday for 5 hours, I really don't see why we need this overarching leadership thing if we just talk to each other. We're here together for 5 hours a week, minimum. I know y'all are friends, so it's like we can communicate, we can have we can key about the things that we want to do. I'm sorry, I don't find this necessary. And I think this is just a reminder to caucus leadership and to senators in general that we just need to communicate and talk. I don't care if y'all have some animosity. I don't care if y'all have beef. This is student government and we're doing this for the clock it. Yeah, we're doing it for the students. So suck up your pride. Just talk to one another. It's really not that difficult. And for that reason, I'm voting in negation.
All right. Johnson and then Thoss.
So I'm actually pretty neutral. I think that this has a lot of potential. And I completely see why we think, or the author thought it was needed, because all of caucus leadership is in that group chat and it is pretty dead. And when someone does communicate within that group chat, it's still crickets. So I completely understand. And even though I'm still pretty neutral, I'll honestly probably vote in favor because we do need to tighten that up. So.
Pause.
Hello. I'm gonna be honest. We've been talking about this for around 80-ish minutes, and I believe most people have made up their minds by now. The whole point of the debate is to know what you're gonna vote for. So with that, motion to vote.
Do you withdraw? All right. Director goes first. Yes. Okay, so let me start a new timer. All right, 2 minutes and then 2 minutes and then 5 minutes of debate, but whenever you're ready, go ahead.
I think why I'm objecting is because I think we've kind of lost sight into the fact of why I introduced the bill. I noticed a problem, and I provided a solution to that problem. It is okay if the bill fails or passes. It doesn't matter to me particularly. But tonight, I've heard a lot of senators of this chamber openly say that there is a problem, but I haven't heard a solution. I would like to hear more senators speak on the bill. I think maybe with possible solutions as to, okay, there's a communication problem. Okay, we don't like this structure. Okay, so what do we do? Because I fear we've tried the knocking on doors. We've tried this just walking up to each other. We've tried it all. We've tried it. And it does not work. If we are not like statutorily required to do something or mandated to do something, we're adults. We have free will. We don't have to do anything. We don't even have to be here.
So I think that whatever happens with this bill, I think it's really important that we recognize there is a problem, and I hope that some of you come forward with solutions instead of just saying there's a problem. And with that, I yield.
All right, 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
He made a good point.
All right, so now we're back in debate. Wait, what? We still technically have 2.5 minutes remaining in debate. All right. Okay, I'm gonna try to get some new people in here. Okay. Lipner, Varela, Alcuda.
So there's been a few things said that I want to just kind of counter and explain. First off, there was a claim that caucus leadership has not met once throughout the session. That isn't true. We did meet at the very beginning of, or at the end of summer session going into fall, and we had discussed this committee. As a group, we kind of discussed and decided that this wouldn't be a little unnecessary. And we felt like we were doing good work, and at least I had some cool ideas coming from that meeting that I would have loved to keep going. Those communications only ceased to happen when we started to talk about these committees. We started to try to over-legislate and cause this responsibility to become a requirement and not something that we wanted to do or kind of collaborate to become a benefit for the students as a whole. So I don't know why we're continuing down this path of a committee when this is what the reason why we're not communicating to begin with. This committee is actively sabotaging caucuses, and I wish we would just get rid of it altogether. This is why I'm voting in negation, and I urge you all to do the same. Thank you.
Varela, about 1.5 minutes remaining in debate.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Yeah, I just want to point out that we've probably, as a body, spent 12 hours debating this one committee between summer and tonight and all these days, right? So I think that just shows how broken the entire caucus system is. Ever since that Title 14 was created, nothing but problems. So, Collazo was saying he wants a solution. I think the solution isn't this bill, but I think the solution is the dissolution of Title 14 and bringing caucuses back to Senate. So I would like this bill to fail. I'm voting no, but I want to very soon have some sort of conversation about kind of bringing things back to the way they were, like Hall was stating, because I think it's been so many issues, and if you can't figure out how things work when caucuses are in their own sort of like nebulous realm like this. And again, we spent 12 hours of my life on this. Like, it's getting really grating, guys. I think we need to kind of pull the cord and figure out something, brand new, or I guess something new, old, basically.
Alcuda, about 30 seconds.
Pretty much everything he just said. Thank you.
Okay, I'll let Hamid have the closing 30 seconds.
Move to vote.
All right. There's All right, there's been a motion to vote on internal bill 5622. Are there any objections? The entire bill. Okay. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 4 to 34 to 3, internal bill 5622 fails on second reading. All right. Moving on, internal bill 5627 updates to Title IV, timeline for appointments for student government offices, vice chair. Oh wait, that's first reading. I'm sorry. Internal bill 5623. Updates to Title 12, establishing the Executive Judicial Senate Committee, LJR Vice Chair Collazo. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Surprise, another committee. Wow. So I'm going to be honest with the class, right? This is going to take very long to go through. So I'm going to talk about it, and then I'm going to do a motion after when I'm done talking about it. This committee is actually renamed to the Student Government Executive Committee. This encompasses the branch heads. All the branch heads requires them to meet, because right now they meet behind closed doors. Totally okay, totally fine. However, in my years here at Student Government, I've never seen a branch head meeting where it was just the Chief Justice, the Senate President, and the Student Body President. I've always seen it as those three and their vices. I do not think it is beneficial to have a different set of meeting every single year based on the branch heads. I do think it's beneficial to require these individuals to meet. I do think it's beneficial to require the vices to be present, to be engaged in these conversations. And yes, I introduced a version of this bill during the summer for the same exact reasons. But it's just differently now in the fall, with a lot less toned down, and there's new things like who is the chair of the committee, who's the vice chair of the committee, who's the secretary of the committee, and who is the committee staff, which you all can read. I introduced this bill because I had a great concern in regards to what happens behind those closed doors meetings in regards to the recent judicial review, and what was said and what was mentioned and who was in that room, and who was advising what, and what professional courtesies were extended but not extended to the authors and the sponsors of the bill that was seen under judicial review. Additionally, the branch heads decide the events of caucus leadership right now, and I would like to see a record of that meeting to see who said what and why the meeting was denied or why the meeting was approved, and so on and so forth. I think it's to hold the branch heads accountable, but it's also to force the branch heads to include all the branch heads in the meeting. Currently, I can't really speak for the supervisor of elections. I know he spoke in favor of this bill, but I don't know, like when he started being involved in the branch head meetings or not. I don't know. But since the last bill was very long, and I don't want to keep us here all night, take the week, read the bill. So therefore, I motion to postpone Internal Bill 5623 until the next regularly scheduled Senate meeting.
There's been a motion to postpone Internal Bill 5623 until the next regularly scheduled meeting. Are there any objections?
I object.
Do you withdraw? Do you withdraw?
No. Sorry.
Okay. So you have 2 minutes whenever you're ready. I just deleted the tab with the extra timer, but let me pull it back up. Oh, I could have done it here. Okay. Go ahead.
So I believe that we should not be postponing this bill because, for one, we still have time left in the night. We still have an hour 50. We're not getting into the wee hours of the night quite yet. And while the last bill was very long, this one might not necessarily have such discussions. It might just be points that people kind of carry over from the previous one. In addition, it is the responsibility of people to read bills before they come in here to begin with. Giving them an extra week to read something that they should have already read is kind of, well, okay. So I yield the rest of my time.
Whenever you're ready.
Yeah, so, wow. The senator has a point, right? I withdraw.
Okay. Are there any objections to the motion that was made? Oh, to postpone to next meeting. Are there any objections? Oh wait, I thought he. Oh, sorry. Okay. No, but no further so now we're back at where the objections you objected. No further objections. Okay, we're now in line for question. Wait, you objected.
No further objections to what motion?
Yeah, so I said so we're in line for questioning.
We just asked for objections. So that's what we do.
Oh, you asked for objections to the motion to postpone it. Any further? Do you have a? Yes. Okay. It's just in case anyone had any further objections. Seeing none, we're now in questioning. That's what I was saying. Okay. You guys have 10. Oh, we did 15. 15 minutes. Okay, I'll start Vinesh Gumrov.
Why do you want to keep debating this? Why don't you want to postpone it? Is it just because we were supposed to have read it beforehand? Do you feel like it is necessary and imperative that we have to do this bill today?
I believe the question we are questioning in regards to the bill, not the motion.
My question still stands.
Yeah, we're questioning for the bill.
All right. Well then, I think I agree with Senator Gaudio, and I think it was stated by the student government advisor during our orientation that we have to come here and have read the bill before it comes. Additionally, LJR has reviewed this bill and it has passed favorably. So some of members have already read this bill. Also, I introduced a version of this bill during the summer. So this is not new to some of you. This is new to a few of you, but not the majority. And hopefully with this bill, I've changed your opinions, and hopefully based on events of the last semester, it changes your opinions and you can see the necessity of having this kind of body.
Gumrov.
Motion postponed till next meeting.
I object.
Do you withdraw?
No.
All right. Back at square one. All right. So objection has 2 minutes whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I mean, we already just went through this whole song and dance. Like, the original, I guess, person who made the motion to postpone already withdrew their motion, and it's not just because we should have read the bill beforehand, right? It's because we have 2 hours, almost 1 hour and 40 minutes left, right? So like, we only have 2 bills after this, and so like, as senators, we sign up to see these bills, and if we're getting frustrated with debate time, then I'm not sure what to tell you. That's just kind of a hazard of the job. I get we're all tired. I get we all don't want to debate any longer, but that's kind of our job, and that's what we're elected to do, right? That's just the nature of being in Senate. We sign up to go to 12 every night, and I perfectly sympathize with we're debating too much. It's taking too long. It's too emotionally charged. But again, that is just a hazard of the job. So we should definitely see this, at least give it a chance to be seen, because who knows? Maybe it's perfectly fine. Everyone loves it, right? So at least give it a chance to be seen. And then if we, 45 minutes later, we're stuck in circles, we can't do anything about it, then maybe postpone it. But like, give the bill a chance to be seen. That is literally our job to pass the legislation. So I don't see postponing it right now is going to, is a very productive way to go about our jobs. I yield.
Gumrov.
Yeah, so my issue is rather not being here longer. I'm perfectly happy staying here until midnight for whatever you guys want to do. My issue lays with when it comes to important bills like this, we tend to have a history of wanting to see them, wanting to have them seen, wanting to have them show on the floor, and then hours later, we still reach no consensus. So with a bill this important, which by the way, I've already heard from multiple senators that this bill is not exactly perfect, that I already know there's going to be some discussion, and I would rather, for the creation of a committee, which is a very big internal bill, that we would have more time and more ability to discuss it rather than running up kind of like the timer and just arguing about it. Plus, we have 2 other bills that are both equally as important, in my opinion, to this bill. So I really think we could come to a better conclusion when we have more time. So I yield.
All right, we're now in line for debate. You guys have 5 minutes, so use it wisely. Lipner, Benwick.
I really can't think of another Senate meeting where we'll have more time than this one. We have no fiscal bills to look at for this meeting because this is the first meeting of the session. So this is when we should be spending the time on these internal bills. This is when we should be looking at these committee meetings. And even if it is a simple, we all disagree or we all agree, we should just do it now. So I'll be voting in negation of the postponement.
Benwick.
I too will be voting in negation of the postponement. Just kind of knowing the bill and agreeing with what the other senators and the author of the bill have said. I do think it's important that we see it tonight. I do think most senators will agree on it, and that we're all kind of in the space right now where one person mentioned that we didn't want to see the bill, and now we all don't want to see the bill for the rest of the night, and we just want to move on.
All right, Hamid.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting for. Okay, withdraw. Okay. All right, with that, we're still in questioning. Gaudio.
So, as part of this committee, why do you believe that it's important to include the Chief Justice and an Assistant Chief Justice, as the judicial branch is primarily supposed to serve an unbiased mediatory role, which can be called upon rather than one actually present in administration. And in order for them to properly give an opinion, it has to be of the entire council, which would not be present in this meeting.
That's why the Attorney General is a staff member of the committee. I recognize the Chief Justice has no authority to advise any member of the student body or agents on any of our constitutions or statutes, or it could be seen as a declaratory judgment, which can only be issued by the Judicial Council. They are on there because they are a branch head. Because I do think it is relevant that they are aware of affairs of state, that they are aware of what is happening within the student body about just things. And I'm not going to remove pattern of behavior that has been here since the beginning of time. The branch heads have met. My concern is, why do the branch heads meetings consistently change? Why can minutes be posted? Why do these decisions happen behind closed doors and then given no explanation to? Then it calls into the question again with the impartiality of the Chief Justice. I worry how a professional courtesy could be just seen as that, but in reality is an advisement and interpretation of our Constitution and statutes, which is not allowed.
Follow up. Go ahead.
So in that case, why not allow the Attorney General to be not voting, because the committee is not voting, a present member of the committee rather than including the Chief Justice and an assistant?
Because the Chief Justice doesn't lead a branch, because they don't necessarily deal directly with students, deals with the affairs of state. The Judicial Council does. They have impartial advising appointments, which are confidential. They have parking appeal hearings. Very aware of all of this as an associate justice, previous one, myself. And the Attorney General is just the Attorney General by itself. When they get judicial advising appointments, that's when they get judicial advising appointments, but they don't necessarily interact with the student body as much as the Chief Justice or as a member of the Judicial Council.
We'll circle back to you. I didn't say anyone. We'll do Hall Green.
Okay, so just two quick questions, just to get a better idea. The first one, y'all, I'm tired. Can't remember specifically what it is. In this potential committee, what in theory is stopping the branch heads and whatnot from when they move to where you no longer have to take minutes until you motion to come back to taking minutes? What's that motion? Informal. What is there any mechanism that prevents them from moving into informal?
No, and that mechanism is also existent in any committee here.
in student government. Anyone can move to informal. Additionally, the Judicial Council moves into an executive session when deliberating. I see your point. In terms of minutes, maybe minutes may not be taken, but the items of the day, the agenda will be there.
And then just a quick follow up, because I guess, and just my only other question, because I understand within the committee, but from my experience when I was speaker, and I don't know if Speaker Pullman can attest as well, yes, there was a branch head meeting. I will say that often included the supervisor of elections. So I think that is something that, if that's not happening, needs to be happening. But I also would talk to the president or the chief justice probably multiple times a week about different things. So in theory, if you were to create a committee like this, and I understand the agenda argument, but I guess the wider point being the concerns and potential concerns that you've brought up, I just question what is stopping the branch heads from just talking about these things when there is not a statutory meeting that they're required to attend? You know, what's stopping them from having an agenda, LARPing the agenda, and just kind of, oh, we're talking about this and that, and then the meeting ends, and then they start talking about everything that, you know, maybe wouldn't be public for whatever reason it might be. To that point, you mentioned like the executive sessions, things like that. I just don't see where this stops them beyond just creating an additional thing for them to do, but they can easily avoid.
The secretary is not a member of the committee, which I believe creates kind of like an impartial person to make sure there is a record of the meeting whenever it is happening. Additionally, we have a transparency statute for a reason. So we can public record requests, and if we see that they are just not discussing or items of the day, then we can hold him accountable. Additionally, the Attorney General is present. I would hope they would hold themselves to an integrity level, some sort of level of integrity, especially with the Attorney General and the Chief Justice present, when they both have to uphold the statutes. Additionally, I will say that, I think we all talk around the office about business regarding student government. And I don't think it's really conducive to solely single out the branch heads to this example when we all do it. And yet we still have committees and we still agree to do things. We still, talk. But I think it is important to have an official kind of meeting way so that we can hold the branch heads accountable. Additionally, it'll provide room for open forum for any student government agent who has a grievance or a student who has a grievance to come and share it directly with the branch heads. And I know that maybe sending an email will be said, but I think it garners more attention when you come in person directly to talk to someone and you tell them, this is an issue, you're in charge, I'm holding you accountable, what are you going to do about it? And therefore it's on the record. And then, that person can be held accountable. For me, this committee is about open communication, transparency, and accountability. That's what I would say.
Follow up.
Yeah, just one last quick one, just so I can kind of get where your head's at with it. So is the intention, should this committee pass, that this committee is open to the public to like actively sit in, and if there's an open forum component and whatnot, that they would be meeting, but that in theory anybody could be sitting in on the meeting during that leadership meeting?
Correct. Just as every other student government meeting. I mean, those individuals just don't have speaking rights. I mean, they can sit and observe. And if the committee votes to recognize them, then they are voted to be recognized. But other than that, I don't see any harm in doing that. And this also doesn't prevent, branch heads from having a civil conversation with each other either. But this is just more to hold them accountable and to ensure that there is a correct avenue of transparency.
Green.
Thank you. So I'm not going to necessarily make a motion, but I can clearly see that there's a great deal of agitation amongst my colleagues. So I want to ask just the Senate in general, do you think it would be a benefit to this chamber if we take a recess for about 5-10 minutes, just so, we have time to cool our heads, and like, if people haven't already read this bill, they have time to do so. Just,
I'm seeing head shakes of no, it looks like. Yeah, a good thought. Okay, I'm going back around the room. I'll do Wanjin and then Hamid, and then I know I said I would get back to you. So back to you. Okay, Wanjin.
I have a question and then maybe a follow-up.
A question, then a what?
Then maybe a follow-up.
Okay.
So just to be clear, are you concerned that currently the branch head meeting is violating Title 12 by not having their meetings be open to the public if they're making decisions where they're voting or making official decisions?
I mean, that's one way to look at it. Well, technically, I guess so. I mean, if a decision has been made, I believe it required has to follow some sort of public, transparency laws or something along those lines.
No follow-up.
Okay, Hamid.
May I direct a question to the supervisor of elections?
You may.
Hi, Luke, again. So as a branch head, have you been invited to these branch head meetings? And you also, earlier in your announcements, talked about this bill. Can you kind of go more into your position on that?
So far, I've not been officially invited to a branch head meeting. I admittedly have not yet asked about this semester's one. Upon being appointed, though, I did ask about last semester's one. I was never informed of a time. I eventually did stop asking just because I didn't want to push too hard. And I do understand that at the time I was new to the position and I was still learning the ins and outs. I have been emailed by Allison recently to set up a meeting between the branch heads, so I might be getting included now, but I am not aware if this is the traditional branch head meeting or not. What was the other question?
To go more into your position that you spoke about earlier in your announcements.
I know it's this year might be an off year because as Dylan just said, supervisor of elections has been previously included in these kind of meetings. But this is just a way to ensure that me and other future supervisors don't accidentally get pushed to the side when we are a branch head. We have people we look over, we have people we care about, and we need to do these actions. And being involved in these branch head meetings helps.
Gaudio.
This is a much shorter question than my last ones. Those being, you brought up the importance of the Attorney General as an advisory role. However, statutorily, the Attorney General and the Judicial Advisor are actually two separate positions. The Attorney General is just presumed to take the duties of the Judicial Advisor if a separate one is not named. Would it not make more sense to include the Judicial Advisor as compared to the Attorney General?
Again, I'd like to reemphasize that the Attorney General and the Judicial Advisor are not the branch heads of the judicial branch. So no, it doesn't make sense. They would not know the ins and outs of the judicial branch. They would not know how many parking appeals were heard. They would not know how many partial revising requests were heard. This is branch heads. The Attorney General and the Judicial Advisor are meant to be advisory roles for students when they're going before hearings. For whatever reason, they're the same person. I don't really like that just because it puts an awkward position where we don't have representation for two individuals in a party during a hearing. But nonetheless, no, I don't think it's appropriate to have the Attorney General or the Judicial Advisor as committee members.
Go ahead.
You misunderstood my question. My question was not concerning including them. It was concerning because the committee staff calls out the Attorney General and the Comptroller serve as advisory staff. I'm calling into question, why is the Attorney General the advisory staff and not the Judicial Advisor?
Because the Attorney General is permitted to interpret the statutes of the Constitution, the statutes, and the Senate rules. And when a branch head has a question regarding statutes, let's throw out, for example, let's ask, for example, impeachment removal statutes.
Let's say the branch heads are discussing it for whatever reason. Someone's being impeached, a member of their cabinet, a justice, whatever. Then the attorney general would provide an advisement report. Here's the impeachment process. Here are how it's done, and so on and so forth. The judicial advisor does not have those powers. In fact, that is why the judicial advisor's powers are dissolved into the attorney general when only an attorney general is appointed. And traditionally, that has been so, that it's always been the attorney general assuming the role of the judicial advisor. So no, again, I don't change my position in the fact that it is more appropriate to have the judicial advisor. I think it's more appropriate to have the attorney general.
Okay. I'll do Lipner and then Reed.
May I direct one to Brody?
You may.
Why do these meetings between student government exec members not fall under our Title 12, being the Student Government Transparency title, and then more broadly, the Sunshine Law?
So a couple of things there. They don't fall under Sunshine Law because you all don't fall under Sunshine Law now, other than some very specific situations, now that that's been taken out of your statutes. Historically, they haven't fallen under those transparency statutes because they don't vote on things. Those meetings, at least in my experience, are much more focused on sharing information and giving updates than they are on making decisions and voting on anything. Yeah.
Okay. Is there a motion to extend questioning time by 5 minutes? Any objections? All right. Go ahead.
As far as I understand, the title doesn't mention anything about voting. It's just meetings. Oh, never mind. I just saw it. I withdraw. My bad.
Okay. Reed.
Yeah, so to Senator Collazo, so in the powers of the secretary, it is stated that they're not a member of the committee and therefore have no debate or voting rights. So with that being the case, how do you plan on, selecting that position specifically? Would it only be individuals in student government already, or would this be extended to the overall student body?
It's stated in the bill. The secretary is the deputy pro tempore of Senate Relations.
Kurt Rangel.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right, you guys have 15 minutes. I'll start Gaudio, Benwick, Courts.
So I will be voting against this bill as well. I believe it was written with the best of intentions to promote a transparent student government and constant communication. I also believe that it almost serves as over legislation and fails to accomplish anything meaningful or encourage any activity which is not already encouraged through pre-existing statutes. The minutes of a meeting, for transparency as an example, can be rendered moot through use of moving to informal or motions to strike certain discussions from the minutes. It is already the responsibility of the branch heads to communicate with one another. And if they aren't, then a committee, be it obligatory or a responsibility, won't solve that issue. And if they are communicating, then what's the point? If a branch head truly is being derelict, there is already the power to hold them accountable through censure, no confidence, and in extreme cases, impeachment. If a vice chair feels as though, or an assistant justice or what have you, feels as though they are being purposefully excluded from discussions, once again, those same tools can be employed. In addition, there is no strict individual requirement for a member of the committee to attend. Well, you do have to alert the chair 24 hours ahead of time of an absence to avoid a noncompliance. There's no requirement that the absence has to be excused by the nature of the members of the committee, because what are you going to do? It's the Senate president. It is the student body president. They are branch heads. However, as long as a quorum is met, the committee will be considered met, and the committee as a whole cannot be held in noncompliance for not meeting. If the branch heads collectively are derelict, there's also nothing stopping them from convening as a committee and then immediately adjourning. The method of holding branch heads accountable for doing such a thing are methods which are already available to hold them accountable for dereliction in general, which, again, are censure, no confidence, and impeachment. I find this to be a heavy-handed solution to a problem that already has solutions, and a heavy-handed solution which has no method of enforcement beyond those which already exist. I also believe that it steps on the separation of the branches, and that the committee is an overreach to try and force these branches together in a way which they should not, to accomplish a goal which kind of steps on that autonomy.
Benwick.
I will be voting in favor of this bill. I do think it is very important that all these branch heads, that their communication is known to us through these minutes. Even if they were to move to informal, if that's a pattern that's seen consistently, that's an issue that will be seen across at least one person in student government, and that will be called out upon. And so I don't think that as an argument is strong enough to vote against this bill. And with that, I encourage all of my fellow Senate members to vote in favor of this bill.
Courts.
Can I speak in debate and then see my amendment?
Sure.
Okay, so for debate, I'm pretty on the fence for this entire bill. I don't really have an opinion on if it passes or not, but I do want to say that for something that the previous senator mentioned about there not being any real, I guess, punishment for missing one of these committee meetings, there's not one for missing a Senate exec meeting either, because it has nothing to do with their job. So, and I asked the question, if there were to be any kind of, I can't think of any word than punishment, I'm tired. What would it be? Other than that, on the entire bill, I do think it does come from lack of communication, which could be fixed, but that's been a common trend. And we keep saying we can fix it, but it's coming back, and it's been coming back, and we had it in summer. So for it to come back, there's obviously a problem that hasn't been fixed, and we keep saying we're going to fix these things, but the bill's back. So it still hasn't been fixed. And then, see my amendment? It's just changing it from standing rules to the attendance policy, because it's like that for the other documents. Wait. Can motion to see my amendment?
There's been a motion to see Chair Court's amendment. Is there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Okay, so it's just changing it to the way that it is in, again, the Senate Exec Committee format, because the standing rules are different from the subtext. Well, whatever, sure, okay.
All right, we're now in line for questioning. Kringle.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion, move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Lipner.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 29 to 3 to 7, the amendment passes. I'll do Hall, Varela, Collazo.
Promise it won't be as long-winded as the other one. I guess the only thing that I would question, and I appreciate Chair Court's that amendment was necessary regardless if this passes or not. I don't see the problem, frankly. I mean, what was cited, if we're being honest, sounds like a very specific instance of something occurring that may or may not have occurred. But broadly speaking, I'm not seeing wide-reaching problems with the branch head communication beyond the fact that it sounds like, at the very least, all that really needs to be changed, if it isn't already there, is just add the supervisor as one of the required people for what's already there as kind of the branch heads that exist within the statutes. The reason why I question this whole idea of kind of the public agenda, things like that, is because there is a public agenda it's called our agenda when every single branch head goes up there and you can ask them any question you want. I mean, some of the senators exercise that today, and you can tell President Brawley has some, that President Lister has some homework to do with a couple things that were asked of him. And I think that that's good. I just failing to see why this is such a wide-reaching problem that requires a whole new committee created with the chair. That I don't really understand the whole chair concept to begin with of that. I don't understand why the DSER is the secretary. That feels kind of random. But just broadly speaking, like I understand the sentiment. I'm just not seeing, and I think when it comes to the overall debate, I have heard nothing that indicates that this is some cataclysmic problem that exists within Senate that couldn't be asked, especially in our role. There's Senate exec. There is the actual Senate meeting. You could also go talk to one of them if you really needed to about something. Like it's hard for it to not feel like there's a specific instance that's occurred, but that a whole committee is not the solution to that problem. I will say, regardless, though, I do think there needs to be something that mandates the supervisor's involvement, just because, yeah, I think that it is an issue where it kind of depends on the other three branch heads every once in a while being like, oh, yeah, we remember that the supervisor's there, so let's make sure they're included. No. If there are 4 branches of student government, which I always feel like has been a problem where we always forget the 4th exists. So, I mean, I've seen people say there's 3 branches of government and there's election commission. That's not how we have to view it, but that's a choice that we make. So I just go back to kind of my same criticism of the other committee of just, I'm failing to see where this significant problem needs an entirely new committee just to tell us the same things that were reported up there. And ultimately, we all know that if there was ever something weird that was going to happen, or there was something that was going to be discussed, why would they discuss it in the monthly meeting? They would just find the time. And I know that that sounds like, oh, so they can do whatever they want. Unfortunately, yeah, that's how it exists right now. But I'm not necessarily seeing how this committee changes that beyond, okay, we know specifically this time to not talk about something. That's all I really see this committee do. I mean, if there really is such a big problem, it's a Band-Aid for, getting hit by a car. That's how I view it.
Varela.
Yeah, a couple of things. I'll start with the positive and then one, I guess, negative I have. One, I was one of the people that was pretty concerned with the transparency of current branch head meetings. I think that's really important to keep records because, I emphasize with Senator Hawes saying if they're going to do something shady, they're going to do it outside the record, which is good to have the record there because I'm just curious what happened. Like, I just want to know what they're talking about because a lot of the decisions, even if they're informal, direct the direction of the branches, right? And honestly, if they're intentionally sneaking behind the agenda's back and moving to informal, say we're going to talk about this sneaky thing in informal, to me that's probably impeachable. That is going around. That's being unethical. You know what I mean? But if you're doing something sneaky, that's something to that could be removable, right? If Senate finds out. That's first positive. Second positive, as now I believe Senator Collazo spoke about LGR after I read the minutes, that USF has a similar system and it seems to work really well for them. I know we have different student governments, but it's good to see that a different jurisdiction has implemented this and it has worked in the past. So it's not doomed to fail. One reservation though I have is that the chair of this committee should not be the student government advisor. They're just not part of student government. They've never had a role where they've had to do anything to official capacity, like chair anything. They're just not part of student government, so I don't see why there should be a committee chair of a student government committee. So I would probably have to vote no because of that one line with the chair. I admit I don't know a solution to that. It's probably a more complicated solution than I want to think about right now. But I will say that unless the person who chairs the meeting has changed, I don't think I can vote yes on this. But the rest of the bill is good. I agree with it.
I said Collazo next, right?
I will say some of the rhetoric, I'm hearing from other senators, is very extreme. And I don't think those instances will happen. For example, one senator mentioned that they could just call the meeting to order and immediately adjourn it. We could too. And we could just postpone everything and adjourn, point done. But no, we're not going to do that. We uphold ourselves to some sort of integrity. That I think that was a very extreme example. And yeah, okay, they're going to probably talk about something outside of the meeting. Okay, so do we. So do we. We do the same thing. Judicial Council does the same thing. We all do the same thing. But this holds them accountable. to their word. Decisions are being made behind closed doors, and we do not know who said what the vote was, what the informal vote was. We don't know anything. And if it's in the agenda that they move to informal, well, we can ask why. Why did you move to informal? Why wasn't minutes taken? Why did you find it necessary? And so on and so forth. I would just be careful of the rhetoric like we're using. I think that extreme examples are being thrown around that are just not realistic possibilities. No judicial council meeting will be called and immediately adjourned without viewing business, without viewing announcements, so on and so forth. Additionally, it was mentioned to create a part in the statutes that requires the supervisor of elections to be a part of branch head meetings. This is exactly what it's doing, because there is nothing in here that mandates the supervisor of elections be a part of branch head meetings. There's no mandate to have a branch head meeting, point blank, period. However, how are we supposed to put the supervisor of elections into a certain meeting when the meeting does not exist? If there is no regulation, if there's no mandation, if there's no law to it, the branch heads can do whatever they please. They can exclude the supervisor for whatever reason. And sure, we can censure, we can non-compliance, we can impeach, vote of no confidence, so on and so forth. But are they violating statutes? Are they violating the Constitution? No. So we can't do anything, absolutely nothing. So if we want to see these branch head meetings include the correct people, include the supervisor of elections, who, mind you, should have been appointed and confirmed during the summer semester A, and they weren't confirmed until, I have no idea, like in the beginning of the fall. I don't remember clearly. They should have been a part of these meetings since the very beginning. These meetings are essential. They plan out things including, like, I don't know, ordering merch, ordering our polos, ordering ask about student government, these things like this. We need to be knowledgeable on these things. I think this bill does that. I think this bill achieves that. I think there is a problem, and this is the solution I have put forth. And I keep hearing, oh, well, they just need to communicate more. We said that already. We said that during the summer, where we sat here for almost 3 hours debating the same bill. And I was told, oh, just tell them communication, or just ask them these questions. Well, I was already told that, and the problem wasn't solved. And here we are back to square one, and I'm hearing the same excuses again with no solutions. So again, I really emphasize to really take into account these bills, to hold these individuals accountable, to actually keep our word that we want open communication, that we want transparency. We can't do that if we don't do anything. Words mean nothing, absolutely nothing, if they have no support behind them. And this is the support behind them. We can hold them accountable. And there is a way to force them to be in that meeting, because they can be non-compliant, because it will become statute. If you are not meeting once a month, then non-compliance, point blank, period. And then you also can see a censure, which 3 censures equal impeachment. So that being said, I highly encourage to look over the bill and really just, readdress the problem of open communications. And hopefully you can see that this bill actually achieves addressing the problem at hand.
Okay. Those of you who have your hand up, are you debating or making or debate? Okay. We have about 30 seconds remaining. So is there a motion to extend debate time by 3 minutes? You object? Okay. There's been a motion for a 1 minute extension. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds left, and there's 2 of you, so use your time wisely. Lazo.
Yeah, I was really going to be on the fence about this bill just because we have seen it again, and I really don't like rehashing. But based on the opinion, I really think that we need to address the fact that we, the Senate body, or we, the student body, cannot address what we don't know about. And if we don't know about it because we don't have what's coming in the agenda, we don't know what's being discussed behind closed doors, we don't even know what they could or couldn't be talking about. I can't come to the Senate floor and ask the president or ask the cabinet or ask the Chief Justice what I don't know about. So beyond that, to address the stray, it is part of the Deputy Pro Tempore Senate Relations duties, as mentioned in Title III, to support the operations of student government executive branch, as well as to take accurate minutes of business conducted in Senate executive meetings, which is just applying that to this as well. Wanted that to be super short. Vote in favor, please.
Go ahead.
I believe that ultimately, from the discussion that's had, the problem isn't a lack of communication. I believe it's the lack of willingness to censure or to call for no confidence for branch heads that do not communicate or do things in the dark. So once again, I encourage people to vote against.
All right, Kringle.
We vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections?
I withdraw.
Okay.
I motion to extend debate time by 1 minute.
I don't withdraw.
He doesn't withdraw, yeah.
Oh.
Kringle, just so you know, there are amendments on the bill. Do you still not withdraw?
Fine.
You withdraw? Okay. Go ahead with your motion.
I motion to extend debate time by 1 minute.
There's been a motion to extend debate time by 1 minute. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none, go ahead.
I motion to see all of my amendments as a block.
There's been a motion to see all of Vice Chair Claus's amendments as a block. Are there any objections? Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
So the First Amendment is changing the internal assistant chief justice to be an assistant chief justice. I agree with the chief justice in the fact that, if one assistant chief justice can't make it, then the other can. Then I just wanted to clarify that the chair doesn't have any debating or voting rights. A little clearer. And I just fixed kind of like a technical mistake that it's the student government statutes, not the student body statutes. And then again, I clarified the fact that the secretary doesn't have any debating or voting rights.
Okay. We're not on for questioning. Lipner.
Move to debate. May I retain?
Been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? All right, seeing none. Lipner.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures on the amendments. All right, with the vote count of 34 to 0 to 5, the amendments pass. All right, courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote on the bill. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now on voting procedures. All right, with the vote count of 23 to 13 to 2, Internal Bill 5623 passes on second reading. All right, with our current, I'm at the wrong agenda. I had to switch agendas. Okay, in our current standing, we have 2 internal bills left. How are we feeling? Do we, we'll take like I'm seeing some, Zakara.
To be honest, these are honestly the shortest things ever.
Okay.
One of these is literally just giving someone to be able to be this is something we should be in and out. I feel let's get this done and get out of here.
Okay. All right, so moving forward. Internal Bill 5624 updates to Title VI, allowing election commissioners to hold caucus leadership positions. Pro Temp Morissette, you have 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready.
Guys, with haste, I'll be quick. So this is a very easy bill. It's just allowing caucus leadership. I mean, election commissioners to hold caucus leadership, because right now in Title VI, it literally says they cannot hold any elected or appointed positions. I don't think caucus leadership would put them in a position where they're biased or have any contrary to the election, since it's literally just like an identity thing. And I think they should have the ability to hold those positions, since it's also like about their identity, their culture, and not in any way arbitrary to what they already do as election commissioners. And with that, I yield to questioning.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions, Gumrov?
I just wanted to ask, because I'm not quite sure, are members of the executive cabinet allowed to hold positions, or the judicial branch, like caucus leadership positions?
To my knowledge, every other branch can hold caucus leaders positions. It's just them that explicitly states they can't.
Courts?
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. All right. I'll do Reed, Hall, and then Johnson.
I think this is great. I think because every other branch gets an opportunity to hold leadership positions, why shouldn't the election commissioners? I think this is very important and very good. So I'll be voting yes, and I encourage you all to do the same.
So I'm not against it by any means. I guess just more question to everybody, because based on how the debate about the whole caucus system just previously went, and it seemed like there's conversation about reverting back to what it was before, which would mean that judicial and exec wouldn't be able to be caucus leadership if we went back to that. I guess my only question is it worth bringing up this legislation right now while that question is still outstanding? Not because if we ultimately agree that let's try to work kind of whether a different version of Collazo's bill or something like that is the solution, then I see absolutely no problem with this. It makes sense. I guess just my only hesitation, again, not negation, but hesitation, is with that question out there, and it's clear there's going to be more about that. If we revert back to the old system, we're going to pass this just to void it, because we're going to go back to a system where it doesn't make sense if it's going to be underneath Senate for any other caucus or any other branch to have a leadership role in something that is a Senate thing that involves senators giving reports during the agenda. I guess that's my only hesitation.
Who did I say again? Johnson.
Yeah, so I actually brought this to Pros and Morset's attention because this is something that the Disability Caucus really needs, just because the other people within my caucus did not want to run for vice chair after former Chair Gurchello left. And the rest of my caucus is mainly made of ex officio seats, and they can't hold positions of leadership. So Commissioner Wright decided to step up and run for vice chair, but she kind of can't because she can't hold a position of leadership. So I will be voting in favor. And if we do end up reverting things back to the old way, then we'll just figure out another solution. But as of right now, I would like to not have to take minutes and do all that stuff.
All right. I'll do Green.
I sympathize with the point made by Senator Hall. But I think abolishing Title 14 is sort of a we'll cross that bridge when we get there sort of situation. I think in terms of continuity, I think it would be a disservice to the commission if we denied them the opportunity to serve in caucus leadership while still extending that same oh my God, what is the word? Privilege. Thank you. To the other three branches. Thank you.
All right. Anyone? Lipner, Varela.
Motion to see my amendment and see Ayala Alcuda's amendment as a friendly.
There's been a motion to see Lipner's amendment, and then Alcuda's amendment as a friendly. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, as far as I understand the way this bill was worded, it would have only allowed EC members to be caucus leadership and not members. And so I just reworded it to allow membership and leadership to be open for them.
All right, we're now online for questioning. Are there any questions? Gumrov, Collazo.
To my understanding, they're already allowed to be members. So I think this was more changing the issue of them being allowed to be leadership. So I don't know what effectiveness this does. I guess my question is, are they they're still allowed to be members, right?
You're reading the same document as I am, and the way the wording was stated, it said with the exception of caucus leadership and no other mention of anything else. So I believe as it stands, they weren't able to join because it would be an appointment, which is what it describes it as.
May I do a point of clarification really quickly?
For that question?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
It's in Title 14 that election commission's allowed to be. That's why. So they're allowed membership in Title 14, and then this one is specifically for their leadership.
May I follow up to that?
You may.
Well, then this would just be matching Title 14 to ensure that they can join and not have it be only for leadership positions.
Okay, Collazo.
May I provide a point of order, point of clarification to that?
You may.
By virtue, in Title 14, it's clearly stated by virtue of anyone being a student government agent, they are entitled to be appointed to any caucus. So your amendment would just be restating the same thing that Title 14 already says.
To clarify, 601.1c, as previously worded before my amendment, would have said specifically only caucus leadership was the exception for commission members to hold an appointed position, which a caucus membership is an appointed position. So if we want to match Title 14, then we have to approve my amendment.
Courts.
This is just to anybody who can answer it, if that's okay. I'm just a little confused because this has nothing to do with membership at all. The intention of this bill is to grant them the ability to be leaders. So even if this is matching Title 14, it's not really giving them the ability to be leaders. It's just restating that they can be members, I think.
Collazo.
It's clearly stated in 1401.3, membership of caucuses. Any student government agent who identifies with the mission of a caucus, and then subsection 1, no student government agent shall be barred from membership.
Follow up. Oh, do you have a follow up to that?
Yes. So yes or no, is this just restating they can be members and taking away from the original intent of the bill?
Yes, it is just restating that they can be members.
Gumrov.
May I direct a question to Senator Lipner?
You may.
So I think I'm understanding where you're. So I think perhaps the fix might be just removing appointed, saying that they could not hold any elected government positions, and then we can keep it as leadership positions if that helps.
That would probably also work, yes, but I figured this would be a more elegant solution.
You have a question?
A point of information about that, about the claim that
You have
just
an
made.
answer to the question?
Yeah, I guess so.
Go for
That's you still can't have that because in theory, an election commissioner could be appointed to the AG, because AG is not elected. So yeah, that the appointed provision needs to stay there unless you want election commissioners to also hold other appointed offices.
Lazo.
Would the original author of the bill be amenable to changing it perhaps to caucus leadership and membership? Or would they like it to remain as is?
Did you mean original? Yeah, I was like bill
The
or
amendment?
amendment.
Yeah, sorry.
I'm just going to return back to positions and remove the Al-Qaeda friendly.
Okay. Okay, courts.
Move to debate.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Collazo, courts.
Yeah, I'm going to be voting no. I just don't think that it's doing what it actually wants to do. It's very clearly stated already in statutes that any member of any agent of student government can be a member of a caucus. What is not clearly stated in the statutes is whether an election commissioner can hold a leadership position. So I'll be voting no. I like the original language of the bill better. And to restate the word membership is just a redundancy of Title 14.
Point of information.
From that,
Yeah.
go ahead.
I had just removed the membership, so now it's positions.
Okay, Courts.
I will also be voting in negation. To echo what Collazo said, it's not really doing what the author wanted. I do appreciate the intent and I see, but it doesn't really make sense. It's, again, like I had asked in questioning, it's just reiterifying, I think that's the word, that they can be members. They still can't hold leadership positions. So I will be voting in negation, and I urge you guys to do the same.
Okay. Wanjin Gaudio.
May I direct a question to Brody?
You may.
Would striking this entire C section accomplish the same thing of making sure that people are allowed to be in caucuses as well as leadership positions? Because you already can't hold multiple student government positions, and student government agents can't be appointed to the like student at large positions.
I believe you are. Well, I think that yes, it would accomplish that, although it wouldn't necessarily. Let me think for a second. My only concern, and I'm not sure, I think you may be correct, but I'd want to look to be sure, is like the various roles that are like the NSF budget committee, right? Which you're a senator, but then you're also a senator at large, right? So like, I can't think of any instances like that would be applicable, but I'm worried that there might be something that I'm missing. I think it probably goes.
Follow up?
Yeah. Are you just talking about like the student at large positions or something else within ANSF? Because like if there was an EC seat on ANSF, it seems like they should already be, it seems like we'd have to go through this whole process again to allow them to run for chair and vice chair.
No, I just mean that's an example of a point where you are serving in a student government agent, and then you also have another kind of role within some other facet of student government. And so I would be worried that I'm missing something without kind of taking the time to look through and make sure there's not another, to make sure this wouldn't create a loophole to be in somewhere where they're not supposed to be, if that makes sense. I don't think there is, but I just am like, I would be nervous about, since I haven't taken the time to look at it.
Got it.
Based off of my own understanding of statutes, I will third the positions of the chair and the vice chair.
Varela.
May I retain?
You may.
Okay. Positions versus leadership, the statute is going to read 99.5% the same. If the amendment fails or passes, it's going to be the same statute essentially, with like how the English language works. So just move the debate.
Yeah.
Move
There's been a motion to vote on the amendments. Are there any objections? All right. Seeing none or non-voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 16 to 21 to 2, the amendment fails. We're still in debate on the bill. All right, Courts.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 37 to 1 to 0, internal bill 5624 passes on second reading. All right. And we're still, because we thought that one was going to go fast and then it didn't. So how do we feel about this one? Okay. All right. Internal Bill 5625, updates to Title III, removal of Sergeant at Arms replacement timeline. Chair DeCara, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, please. This is literally something that we had an issue with. Apparently, using the words that were used that meeting, that these are the timeline, like the timeline to refill a seat is arbitrary, and it doesn't give the discretion to the person and all this stuff. So instead of having it simply in one officer of the Senate, it is in none of them. As of the original bill, I had that one time was to put them all there, but since that was seen as a issue and it was restricting the power of the person, it just seemed better just to remove it all over, because I literally base it off of this one thing. And so if that's an issue, then this is an issue here. I yield the rest of my time to questioning.
All right, we're now aligned for questioning. Gaudio, Kringle, Varela.
I'd like to make a motion to move straight to voting.
Can you do that? Yeah, you can do that.
Okay, move to debate now.
There's been a motion to move to debate. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in debate. Kringle.
Move to vote.
There's been a motion to vote. Are there any objections? Seeing none, we're now in voting procedures. All right, with a vote count of 36 to 0 to 1, Internal Bill 5625 passes on second reading. Sure. Okay. Perfect. Okay. Senate Forum. I'm just going to remind you guys with the time left and probably the brain capacity that we all have. If you have forum, to please just keep it short. Sorry, Hamid.
Okay, I'll make this quick. So, guys, if you know about me, I've been talking about this forever. So I'm officially going to be making a Senate Dungeons and Dragons game. This will only be one session for like 3 hours. So this isn't like a week, like 5 week long commitment. I have a quick little questionnaire that you guys can fill out. It's about like themes that you would want to play and like, you know, do you want to use dice? I've also added if you want to use a Jenga tower, because I've seen that being used, different tabletop role-playing game. But so if you guys are interested, please sign up. Also, extra little thing, Brody will actually be the DM. So if you want to spend extra time with Brody and me, you should sign up, because Brody has a lot of experience and it would be really fun. So you guys should sign up.
Okay, Varela.
Hey, yeah, I just want to, I guess kind of clarify some people, who might be more curious to like people like, tapped on the bill I filed today, page 627, would have realized, hey, this is pretty similar to a bill in the past that just got struck down by the Judicial Council for being unconstitutional. So I just kind of wanted to clarify, my intention to this bill isn't to just run it back with the same exact thing, expecting a different result, because that's the definition of insanity, but mainly it's because, one, this bill does have small changes that I think were valid from the judicial review, but if you read the judicial review, I think it is pretty broad and it's what it says Senate can't do. Specific. It says that the judicial review says that Senate cannot regulate delegated executive power, which is most of Title IV, to be honest. So the intention of this filing this bill is to just kind of repose the question saying, hey, we actually can regulate that power because we've done it before. See all the chapters I've linked in the whereas clauses. So, we'll talk about that more when we get to the next Senate meeting. Just kind of want to put all your curious minds at ease and just running it back. And I really highly encourage you all to read the whereas clauses. I worked really hard on those to kind of demonstrate exactly why I'm doing this. That's not arbitrary. I have really good reasoning behind it. So yeah, I just want to let you all know that.
All right, Kringle.
Good evening, everyone. On November 22nd, I, along with other members of the Senate Executive Committee, submitted a memorandum to Senate President Pullman requesting her resignation from the position of Senate President. As representatives of student government, it is critical that our leadership reflects transparency, accountability, and the trust of both senators and the student body. Regrettably, recent events have raised concerns about these vital qualities. prompting myself and other members of Senate leadership to believe that a change in leadership is necessary for us to move forward efficiently and effectively. In our memorandum, we stated that if Senate President chose not to resign, we would introduce a motion for a vote of no confidence at the next scheduled Senate meeting. This was not a decision that we arrived at lightly, and it was certainly not an easy choice to make. Additionally, I'd like to provide some context as to why we chose a vote of no confidence and not a censure or noncompliance. A vote of no confidence is called, instead of a censure or notification of noncompliance, due to systemic leadership failures by Senate President Pullman. These failures, outlined in our memorandum, include inefficiencies, neglect of responsibilities, lack of collaboration, and disregard for Senate values such as transparency, accountability, and respect. Unlike a censure, which expresses disapproval, or compliance notification, which addresses specific violations, a vote of no confidence addresses the broader issue of lost trust and enables decisive action to restore effective leadership. This step is necessary to ensure the Senate's leadership aligns with its core responsibilities and value. Therefore, formally, I motion for a vote of no confidence against Senate President Pullman to be seen in our next scheduled meeting.
Object.
You can't object to it.
As far as I know, there's no reason you can't object to it.
I do not withdraw.
Okay, do you withdraw?
No.
All right, the objector has 2 minutes. Oh, actually, I yield the chair to Pro Tem Morissette.
Due to my involvement in the memorandum, I yield the chair to LJR Chair Courts.
Okay, so objector first. Okay, so you have 2 minutes.
Okay, bear in mind this was written beforehand, so if it sounds a little like, too overdone, that is why. I am objecting to the motion at hand because as a new senator, I have felt an overwhelming sense of support and respect from Speaker Pullman and was so surprised to learn about this motion at hand. She has led us all with grace, respect, and dignity. I've never once felt that she was overusing her power, improperly conducting her duties, or operating with an air of superiority. Honestly, in all my time working professionally, attending school, this is the first time I've ever felt not that sense of superiority from a superior, from Allison. Not only is this motion extreme, I've yet to see any valid reason in the memorandum that puts our body at fret. We've gotten so much done. Honestly, the things that are in this memorandum seem more like petty arguments that really should be resolved outside of Senate and student government as a whole. And I'm guessing are likely stemming from personal issues rather than anything that's actually occurring or going on. I'm beyond confident in Speaker Pullman and her ability to serve as the face of our branch, but also as a leader as a whole. This was apparent tonight in both the Senate executive meeting and our actual Senate meeting when she took accountability and for the steps she has taken to grow into this role. There was no retaliation from her. There was no going back and forth when multiple of the people, not all of them, who have signed this have displayed, just being rude in general when somebody questions something they've done, etc. But yeah, due to what I've seen and experienced, I'm just honestly confused and I object to this motion and I ask that you deny to see the motion at hand. Thank you.
Okay, Chair Kringle, you have 2 minutes.
I fully object to that. As someone who has been in Senate leadership now for the entire semester and for the entire session, that the issues that are currently happening within Senate leadership and Senate executive are not within the members. Members might not see it. It's very easy for members not to see it. But there are real problems that have happened within the actual Senate leadership that are not being solved because of Senate President Pullman's actions and inactions, frankly. There have been arguments between both sides, of course, but what reason we've called this motion in the first place is to address those actions on the floor for everyone to be able to debate it and see it. The fact that this motion is being objected to and not actually being seen and debated, and like he said at the very end of his argument, confused, then let us have the vote of no confidence. We can see the vote of no confidence at the next meeting, and we can present all the evidence that we have of why we think these actions. The memorandum does not go and give every single person's story on why it is an ineffective leadership and why we called this motion for a vote of no confidence. This vote of no confidence isn't being called again lightly. There have been multiple actions that have led up to this. And if they could have been solved, great. We wouldn't have this vote of no confidence. But the fact is, we have 4 months remaining in this session, and a lot of us are not retiring or graduating. And we want to see an effective leadership that will actually stand up for us and help us achieve our goals as an executive leadership. I hate to say it, but as vice chair, you might not see it as much, but we do have a lot of issues that a more effective leadership
Decorum.
can affect. So I yield the rest of my time then to questions.
Okay, 5 minutes to debate.
Really quickly, before you dive into the debate, I just want to be clear. The question on the table is whether or not to see a vote of no confidence, not whether you believe the no confidence should happen or not. So that is the question on the table, whether or not this will be seen.
Okay, and I do want to remind everyone to keep it professional. We'll go Gaudio.
Do you want to move up to the front maybe so you can have a better view?
Cool.
Point of information, real quick. Karen Gold, did you make the motion to hold the vote now, or are you saying you have the intent to hold it next meeting?
Whenever a vote and no confidence call, it's held at the next scheduled Senate meeting. And then what will happen then is each side will get speech time to debate their side, and then it'll go into an actual, debate and then vote of no confidence, like the actual vote of the vote of no confidence.
Okay, you have, he was right. We are in debate of the motion and the objection. You have 5 minutes. I'm going to go Gaudio, Richmond, Lazo.
So I will be voting against the objection because as was stated, the oh my gosh, I'm tripping over my words. I'm so sorry. There is really no reason not to see the vote of no confidence. The grievances of both parties will be heard at the vote of no confidence, and there is a procedure laid out. I would also like to offer a point of information on the procedure of vote of no confidence. The vote happens at the next Senate. Questioning and the debate will occur at this session unless we put it off. That's how it reads, isn't it? No? Okay.
Okay, I will provide that insight as well. Excuse me. It happens next meeting. Who did I say? Richmond? Okay.
Based on the memorandum at hand, I do not see anything that violates anything in the statutes that goes against us and Speaker Pullman. Therefore, I do not see any merit in this motion. I felt nothing but support under her office and her leadership. At the beginning of the fall semester, I remember calling Speaker Pullman and letting her know I was struggling with some personal issues, and I didn't know if I could do it, and she supported me. To keep it quite short, I think this motion should not go through. I don't think there's enough merit. There's been nothing shown to me through the memorandum, which has been set to show that. So therefore, this should be denied tonight.
Lozo.
I really highly encourage you all to vote against this objection. We really need to see this motion. I love this body and I love the work we do, but unfortunately, it's just not working. And I want to give you all the opportunity to see that. We can only do that in a motion in order to present the evidence, in order to see why there are merits, in order to form a full opinion, as is your right as senators. You can only do that by addressing this motion. I highly encourage you all to understand why we have this democracy and why we are able to investigate, understand, and look at the merits of these motions. We don't do this lightly. This doesn't really happen. And for it to happen, it's because there's a serious issue at hand that everybody needs to address. I highly encourage you to vote against this objection.
Okay, I'll do Green, DeCara, Gumarov.
I will be voting. I'm sorry, would it be in favor of the objection or wait, sorry. Y'all, I'm about to crash out. I'm so sorry. But okay, objection, yes. Thank you. Sorry. All right, so I will be voting for the objection. I think with the concurring opinion of Senator Shen and ELA Richmond. I think the choice not first do a formal not censure. Oh my God, what is it called? When like
Non-compliance?
Non-compliance. Thank you so much. To not do a formal non-compliance and instead go straight to the nuclear option and remove her from office. I think that's inappropriate at this time. And so I would encourage you all to please carefully consider that in voting in this pro-con. Thank you.
DeCara, just letting you guys know you do have 1 minute left.
I will say this as a person who did not know what was going on until I had a member come to me and at the verge of tears explain of what was going on. And I had sat down and listened to each story of interactions. I had felt like I have been it'd be disrespectful not to hear out those members of the Senate who have had their experiences that have led to make the decision to be in favor of a vote of no confidence. I was in the dark until I didn't even notice until I raised a concern about one thing, push it off until it turned out to be a pattern. And it led to a very, very, very deep rooted issue. And I won't even say that these members, as I am on that too, communication was made, things were brought up, but when communication is like talking to a brick wall, unfortunately, we can't really do much. And there was discussions of a censure, there was discussion of that, but in the end, it's, there's like code of ethics. It's like, oh, well, you were disrespectful to me. It's just a loss of confidence. I cannot see myself being led by someone who disrespects other people within my body. I don't think that's what a leader is. I remember the 4 pillars with integrity and open mindfulness, which are things I'm not seeing right now. And unfortunately, that's why I agreed to sign on to that memorandum. So I believe it is very important to hear out the members who have their reasons to believe that this is a vote of no confidence. Oh, these are integral members of leadership who believe that they've lost faith in their leader. So though you may believe that, oh, I don't think it's right, they've been supportive. I completely understand your side, but again, I thought she was supportive of everyone. But then I was told, and I heard everyone's stories, and I heard everyone out, and I sat down with them, and it is our right as a body to hear these people out and give them the respect of what they had gone through that led to make this decision. So I will be in favor of the motion.
Okay, the 5 minutes has elapsed. Are they able to extend it? No? Okay, well, we are now in voting procedure as it says yes for the objection, which was to not see the vote of no confidence, and no's for the motion, which was to no confidence Senate President Pullman. Okay, with a vote count of 14 to 23 to 3, the motion stands.
The motion stands, and the vote of no confidence will be seen, discussed, debated, and voted on at the next meeting.
Okay. I yield the chair back to Senate President Pullman. Oh, I yield it.
It's next week. She has to
The chair has to yield the chair while the motion is pending during the process, right? She's still the speaker from here until then. All right. Once you start that process, the chair will be yielded. But until then, she's still the speaker, she's still the chair.
Okay, I'm glad I was interpreting it right. I don't want to do this anymore. I yield the chair back to Senate President Pullman.
All right. Obviously, since it's now a motion, it really cannot be spoken about. So just moving forward. Okay. Anyone else wishing to speak in Senate forum? Collazo. Yeah, Collazo.
I just quickly wanted to say that as you could tell, I was very passionate today in regards to my bills. So I apologize if I may have came off as a little aggressive or disrespectful. I'm just very proud of my bills. And I think they are good solutions, and I know that not everyone agrees. So hopefully, like moving forward, that like whatever happens, we do have solutions to problems. And I see that Chair Karingo is putting the caucus thing up for debate. So hopefully we can discuss it some more.
Okay, anyone else wishing to speak in forum? Claudio.
I'd like to kind of go off of what Collazo was talking about. I think it is good to be passionate about what you put forward. And of course, there will always be disagreement, but it is all professional and we all love each other the same, right?
Okay. Banesh, if you want to say what you want to say in forum, that might be more of a place.
Hi, guys. So I love how passionate everyone was today, but please remember to be respectful. There were a lot of strays and like just rude, weird little comments that people were saying. I didn't really mess with that. I don't know if anybody was hurt or kind of felt like, dang, y'all kind of today, but I don't know. It's the first meeting back. We're already pretty heated, pretty ramped up. I really like that energy, but just keep it respectful, y'all.
All right. Anyone else wishing to speak in Senate forum? All right. Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to say on that topic, in the future for kind of things like this, where legislation is being written or decisions are being made, I would really respect it if those being involved in writing the legislation would not discuss it outside of those who are writing the bills. I feel like that's already kind of a given. I know we can't discuss it once on the floor, but in my opinion, for half of the Senate body to be blindsided and half already know what's going on is very unprofessional and very like that just kind of doesn't speak to our integrity at all as a body. So if you're in the works with stuff, like keep it in the works. Don't need to go, about it. So
Any further Senate forum discussion? Lipner.
Yeah, just real quick. I was also kind of blindsided by this, as Shen mentioned earlier, and I kind of wanted to speak on the opportunity for us all to make our intentions known a lot sooner. I think on the flip side from what Gumarov just said, we're oftentimes holding things too close to our chests and not relying on each other as a team or as a group or as a full body to work together to create more successful outcomes. So just reconsider how much you are forcing yourself to do things that you don't have to do alone, and potentially reach out to the people next to you, because we're all here to work together to do the same thing.
Forum still. Varela, go ahead.
Yeah, just short note. Now that the motion's been made, I would just recommend everyone kind of like not talk about how you feel about it or how you're voting on it before next meeting. So for an issue of ethics, make sure you're not letting rumors swirl and this person said this person said this. That's all going to be on the floor. It's all going to be germane. It's all going to be structured. So don't let your colleagues say, this person did this. It's so crazy when it's outside of the Senate floor. So like kind of keep everything, like all discussion of the motion, like what you're feeling, what you think, what evidence you might have for however you think, to next week's meeting, because just for an issue of ethics, that's the proper thing, the way things should be done.
All right. Anyone else for forum? Okay. Senate deliberations. I'm going to pose a question of, it is 11:35, and if you might want a more well-rounded conversation, if that should be something right now. Karingal.
I mean, I'd like to at least hear a little bit of talk for at least 10 to 15 minutes, as the rest of the agenda is mainly just quick little elections and not quick little advisory report. Love you guys, but it's really fast.
Okay, I don't know if there's a way to object, but you can just not talk about it. Okay. Yeah, I do think it is like, I'll just get a show of like head nods or not. Like it is 11:30. Do we want to maybe save this conversation until it might be more of a time where we're all more like there? Okay. I don't know. I'm getting a mix. Okay, well, it'll be up to whoever wants to speak about it, but Kringle.
Yeah, just really quick. I just wanted to get like just 30-second yes or no's, what you think, not a whole speech, but just how do you guys feel about Title 14 and how the caucus bills have been going so far? Do we feel we want to revert back to the way caucuses were used to be run? Do we feel we still want to keep amending the current Title 14 on keep going and keep chopping at it until it's perfect? How do we feel?
One, Jen.
Move to go to advisory reports.
There's been a motion to move to advisors reports. Are there any objections? Okay. Do you withdraw?
It's real quick.
No. Okay. 2 minutes.
Do I start or does that? Sorry. Okay, thank you. I just think that this deserves to be discussed when we haven't just witnessed our Senate president getting no confidence. I know half of y'all were aware of this, but like wasn't so. And as the person who wrote the original draft of Title 14, I have a lot to say, but I don't really have the energy to say it right now. So yeah, I would like to move on.
My only thing is there's not going to be much other time. It's Senate deliberations at the very end of our meetings. Almost every time, every meeting so far has gone till midnight. And I feel like if we just have a quick discussion about it, it does not need to be in depth. We can have more discussions later on. I would just like to gauge the room quickly on how we feel and just kind of just quick general opinions, not full speeches. I yield.
Fully respect that. Love it. I just think we should do resignations and appointments and elections and all that business first, because there are people who have to go to meetings next week and do all these new little committees and caucuses, including our new senator. So can we please jump to like what's going to be happening as of next week? We can have discussion for that right after. I promise I'll take like 2 seconds.
All right. Okuda.
I feel like the time that we just spared to do all of this would have been the time, like it would have taken significantly less time to just read the room of how Adam's question. So just putting that out there.
Okay. Gaudio. Or Jason.
And they say chivalry's dead. I actually agree with Gumarov. I would much rather just get through those, and then if we have time, we talk about this. Also, I can tell that the room is kind of heated, and I want to acknowledge that. And I feel like, you know, this conversation, maybe we could leave it till like, you know, next week, because it is like destroying an entire title, and the person who wrote the title is here, and I feel like that's kind of offensive. Not to be rude, not to throw stray, but that's just how I feel.
Okay. Hall.
Yeah, I'm going to echo Senator Wanjan. I think this is a pretty big conversation to have within a couple of minutes at the grand scheme of things, as well as, again, what we just did. I would question why we're just going to then have a nice go-lucky conversation and then move on. At this point, I don't think there's a point in talking about whether we need to fundamentally get rid of an entire statute. Realistically, that's a conversation for the caucuses to figure out what they'd rather do.
I'm tired of wasting time. I withdraw.
Okay, so now we're at advisor's report. Brody.
Hey everybody, I'm back. I missed you all. I did. I promise. So I'm excited to be back, and I'm excited to work with you all this semester through whatever challenges you all are facing and need support on. Yeah, I honestly don't have a ton of announcements. Just glad to be here and happy to see you all. I think that based on the vibes, we can maybe do some senator shout outs just in the document if people are good with that. I'm happy to do it and run through it because I love hearing them. I truly do. But if people are wanting to kind of wrap it up and get out of here, I can respect that on this night. So yeah, it's in the agenda. Toss them in there. You guys are great.
Okay. Anything from Maddie?
Brody, we missed you so much. And we're glad to have you back. Let's go home. Cat photo. I'm sleepy. I'm sure you're sleepy. Let's go.
Okay. Miscellaneous business. Okay. All right, bear with me. I have my notes up. Okay. Elections. Is there a motion to open the floor for nominations for the E&A committee? Is there a motion to nominate Senator Gaudio? Is there a motion to close the floor for nominations? Is there a motion? All those in favor of electing Senator Gaudio, say aye. All those in negation, say nay. All right, LJR committee. Is there a motion to open nominations for the LJR committee? Is there a motion to nominate Laurel Richmond? Is there a motion to close the floor for nominations? All those in favor, say aye. All those in negation, say nay. All right, FAO committee. Is there a motion to open the floor for nominations for the FAO committee? Is there a motion to nominate Zoe Rubin? Is there a motion to close the floor for nominations? Is there a motion to, all those in favor, say aye. All those against, say nay. All right, appointments. I hereby appoint Jordan Lipner to the Military and Veterans Caucus. I hereby appoint Hunter Thoss and Autumn Johnson to the GAP Committee. I hereby appoint Elbanesh to the ORS Committee. I hereby appoint Danae Smith to the SBA Committee. I hereby appoint Bobby Escobar and Daisy Trejo Hernandez to the Latin Hispanic Caucus. And I hereby appoint Anna Reed to the Sustainability Caucus. Resignations. I hereby resign Ryan Kaufman from CRT. I hereby resign Owen Sherman from SBA. I hereby resign Autumn Johnson from the Intercampus and Transfer Caucus. And I hereby resign Laurel Richmond from GAP. Okay, are you going to do Danny's trip down today? All right, I'll take a motion. There's been a motion to adjourn the meeting pending final roll call. Are there any objections? Seeing none, Chair Courts.
Just a second. Sorry, guys. Lazo.
Present.
Reed.
Present.
Corelli.
Present.
Thoss. Lim.
Present.
Morset.
Present.
Kringle.
Present.
DeCara.
Present.
Sherman.
Present.
Smith.
Present.
Trejo Hernandez.
Present.
Connolly. Gumrov. Stop packing up.
Present.
Here. Hamid.
Present.
Kaufman.
Present.
Rudy.
Present.
Gaudio. Metellus. Rose.
Present.
Oh shoot, wrong person. Sorry. Ravi. Hall.
Present.
Chauhan. Escobar.
Present.
Naguib. Wajin.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Patel.
Present.
Weiderberg.
Present.
Green.
Present.
Hendry. Alcu.
Present.
Banesh.
Present.
Condoloro.
Present.
Colazo.
Present.
Rodriguez.
Present.
Benwick.
Present.
Janadra. Pullman.
Present.
Renda.
Present.
Richmond.
Present.
Shen.
Present.
Farilla. Vasquez.
Present.
Lipner.
Present.
42 out of 49 quorum is verified.
All right, I adjourn this meeting at 11:44 p.m.